I pledge allegiance to the flag for the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Dear Father, we pray for all those who are injured or ill or sick. We are mindful of our fellow councilperson Shaw. Also, we pray for so many in the hospitals throughout the world, and our doctors and so many others taking care of those who are in need. We just ask that you'll wrap your arms around all them and help them. And those who are suffering and challenged by hurricanes or tornadoes and floods and so many other areas of concern, both nationally, internationally, and even within our own city. We thank you for our council and the leadership that we have. We thank you for all those first responders and others who serve so faithfully 24/7. We pray that you will guide us throughout this meeting, give us wisdom, and give us insight. And this we pray in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Please, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw.
Councilmember Shaw is excused, recovering from elbow surgery, and Councilmember Neese, I don't see on. He's having technical difficulties, but if somebody sees that Roy joins us, would you please alert the rest of us so we know he is on board if I don't see him?
I will do that. I will have to admit him into the meeting, so I will make a note of that when I see him.
Great, thank you.
Okay, yes. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Present.
Ewald.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Shariki.
Here.
Purinton.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
And Mayor Cole.
Here.
Thank you.
First item up then are minutes. We've got minutes from our October 26th meeting and November 9th meeting. Concerning the October 26th meeting minutes, anybody have a motion or questions or changes? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to approve October 26, 2020 minutes.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council present with us, so motion passes. Is there a motion or discussion concerning November 9th, 2020 minutes? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I move that we approve the minutes for November 9th, 2020 as read.
Thank you. Is there a second? See a second by Councilmember Brown. Any discussion on the motion? Motion is in favor. Councilmember Purinton.
Just as a follow-up, I think, and I had mentioned this in an email, didn't get a response. So there was Nicole was going to follow up with something on, now I can't even remember what it was, but it was in my email. So I'm not sure when that follow-up will be. But other than that, as far as approval of the rest of the minutes, it's fine.
Okay. Nicole, do you remember what that was about? I don't remember seeing it, but I don't know.
Right. It was regarding the comment from Tom Zerbuin. And I did send a reply email, but it was late this afternoon, so you might not have received it yet.
Okay.
It had the information on his map request.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion relating to the November 9th minutes? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the council present, so motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move on to council courtesies then. Tonight, I'd like to just begin with a sober reminder, and then I'll mention a few other things that I think are a little happier. But one, I made a sign, and hopefully it's backwards for me on my screen, but hopefully you can see this. It says 113 local deaths. As we go into Thanksgiving, I think it's important that we remember those who will not be with us during this Thanksgiving season, and this is just in Yellowstone County. It's very important that we take this to heart and remember those families who will be without loved ones this year, and do what we can to prevent more deaths and more sickness. I continue to encourage everybody to do what they know to maintain that social separation, wear the mask, don't go to work if you're even inkling of being sick, and have a safe Thanksgiving. As I saw on the internet someplace today, a Zoom Thanksgiving is better than an ICU Thanksgiving. And so let's do what we can to protect each other and our coworkers and our overtaxed healthcare workers so that Thanksgiving this year is truly something to be thankful for. So just a reminder, and I know the council members and many of the people watching are already aware of this and taken measures to reduce their own Thanksgiving, but or the number of people, but just a reminder. Thanks again. On a happier note, I'll leave that as a reminder. For several months, I have, Councilmember Purington.
I just wanted to let Denise know that Roy's trying to get a hold of Dave and IT. So I told him to call Denise.
Okay, thank you very much.
So he's still trying to get on.
Yeah, and Denise, hopefully you can pass on Dave's phone number. That'd be great. Thank you for that reminder. For several months, we've given regular COVID reports as part of this meeting, frequently by John Felton, our county health officer, sometimes by Steve Arviskow concerning the economic consequences, or Chris Kukulski, what's happening at the city. And those are very important. They've been in detail and have been a great source of information for many of our citizens in Yellowstone County and in Billings. Unfortunately, if you are hearing impaired, it's very difficult to get that information through this medium. Similarly, reports have been given to the school district about what's happening in the schools by John Felton, by the school district, the trustees. And if you're hearing impaired, you're out of luck in getting that information, which may be very critical to your family and to your children. Similarly, reports on COVID-19 have been given to the county commissioners, who often engage in a similar discussion. So COVID-19 has really underlined our need to make these meetings accessible to our hearing impaired community. And Tim Harrington at Community 7 and I have been in conversations for several months about how we can bridge that gap. And I'm happy to report that progress has been made in bringing closed captioning to Community 7 and to these meetings. The cost is about $50,000 for the equipment and for the software, followed by annual licensing fees of about $5,000. The Billings Community Foundation has made a $5,000 contribution towards the cost. And then the city, Community 7, and in the last couple of days, School District 2 and the county commissioners have agreed to split the remaining $45,000 for a total cost of about $11,250 approximately for each of those government entities, since Community 7 carries all of their meetings. It's a very affordable cost, even at that dollar amount. But the good news is we've also submitted a letter asking for pre-approval from the state for CARES Act dollars and received that approval for the city's portion. And I would anticipate similar approval would be granted to the county and to the school district. So with those apparent approvals, we'll be moving ahead to bring closed captioning to the city or to the broadcast of this meeting, and the equipment will be purchased before the end of the year in order to qualify for CARES Act dollars. And so I think that is great. It will empower our hearing impaired community, but it'll also help our clerks, who will have access to a transcript, a paper transcript of our meetings, And that will help them prepare the minutes rather than going back and having to listen over and over again to parts of the meeting and find out where something happened. They'll be able to skim more quickly through a rough written transcript that can be generated from the closed captioning software. So just wanted the council to know that. And thanks for Community 7 and the other government entities for working on that, and city staff. So thanks very much. Lastly, Project Recode is a large part of our meeting tonight. You've seen emails. Just for members of the public who might be watching, we will open for public hearing as our last item on Project Recode. I personally anticipate that there'll be a motion to continue that hearing, and that we will not make a final decision on first reading at this time. But we will be opening up. I will see whether that's the will of the council, but that would be my expectation. We do want to hear your comments, and there'll be ample opportunity at the end of this meeting to receive those public comments. But it will probably not be your last opportunity to weigh in, would be my estimation. So with that, are there other council courtesies at this time? Any other council courtesies? If not, we'll move on to proclamations. We do have one proclamation tonight. Concerns 16 days of activism against gender violence, and it reads as follows. Whereas we, as citizens of Billings, Montana, recognize the worldwide problem of violence against women occurs even here, and whereas gender violence is traumatic to the body, mind, and spirit, and can prevent people from being fully active participants at home and around the world. And whereas the health of parents and caregivers is critical to the overall health and well-being of their families and the larger community. And whereas gender violence costs the nation billions of dollars annually in medical expenses, police and court costs, shelters and foster care, sick leave, absenteeism, and non-productivity. And whereas in spite of some progress, we only need to look at our newspapers or watch television for a short time to see the unfortunate truth that gender violence has not yet been eliminated here or elsewhere around the world. And whereas we, the citizens of Billings, support efforts of individuals and join organizations such as the Zonta Club of Billings to raise awareness, stimulate discussion, and advocate for statewide solutions that will curb gender violence. And whereas the citizens of Billings join thousands of others from around the world to assert that the right of women and men to be free of violence is a fundamental human right. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of Billings, Montana, hereby proclaim the 16 days between the International Day to Eliminate Violence Against Women on November 25th and International Human Rights Day on December 10th as the 16 days of activism against gender violence in Billings, and encourage our citizens to support work to end gender violence and to eliminate the detrimental consequences that gender violence has on the well-being of our city. With that, we'll move on to council reports. Are there any council reports for members of the council concerning other groups, bodies that they serve on behalf of the city? Any council reports? Okay, I've got one more. Sorry to monopolize our discussion tonight. Just a reminder that on December 1st, there will be two opportunities for public comment on the 27th Street Railroad Crossing plan being developed by the Montana Department of Transportation. I serve on your PCC, the Policy Coordinating Committee, and had a chance to see some of the drawings. In a nutshell, the MDOT's two preferred options at this point are an overpass over the tracks that would start and end several blocks away from the tracks, or a tunnel that would also begin and end several blocks away from the tracks, but go under. The tunnel option is less visually jarring, and also creates room for other activity on the street. And in many ways is a preferable option, but it's also an option that costs about double the amount. And here we're talking many tens of millions of dollars. So anyway, that opportunity for public comment and viewing is December 1st at 11:30 to 1:30, and from 4:30 to 6:30. And you can go on to the MDT website, and I'm hoping that the city will, if it doesn't already have a link prominently posted, we'll do that on the first page of the city website for that very important project as we move forward. Any other council reports before we move on to our administrator report from Chris Kukulski? Seeing none, and I guess we're still missing Councilmember Neese, but we'll keep our eye open for him. We expect him to be able to join us later. Chris Kukulski, City Administrator, your report, if any.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few things. First up is a reminder to folks that we do not have a meeting next Monday, so it's one of those rare fifth Mondays. No council meeting next Monday night. Secondly, we do have 2 ex parte communications that came in after 3 this afternoon. Both are concerning Project Recode. One is from a Jason Bow of Golden Route Operations. The second's from a Todd Brown of Brown Builders, both opposing the passage and approval of first reading of Project Recode this evening. Mayor, you referenced earlier your speculation that it may not get approved this evening, that we may be continuing the hearing. So those were your 2 ex parte communications. Couple other items I want to touch on briefly are in regard to invitations for the Zoom participation. So we're, as a staff, who received invitations, we're trying to approach this from a perspective of, let's say we are in a live council meeting and we ask a board chair or a committee chair or someone representing that committee to give them the podium to present. We're trying to treat it the same way here, but asking also that maybe they pick one rather than a group of people representing them. And then similarly, where we have partnerships with folks. So we're trying to draw a line there that's a little clearer and trying to treat as much as we can as if we're back kind of live. If ultimately, as we work our way through it, the council wants us to continue to shift and adjust, we can. We heard, and it made a lot of sense last time, we want there to be fairness in the public comment and there to be a level playing field for all public comment. But then we also recognize there are some partnerships and chair positions of boards created by the council that we would ordinarily give them a podium to present kind of their work. Second, I want to share my screen quickly here, see if this works okay, to show you that if you go to our website, so go to billingsmt.gov, you'll see our website. You scroll partially down, you will see this City of Billings Police Survey. And so citizens through the month of November here and into the first week of December, they will have an opportunity to take this survey and give us some critical feedback on our Billings Police Department. It does not for the purposes of violating privacy, but so we make sure we don't have people taking multiple surveys. It does ask for an email address to be put into the system. We won't know that, but Pelco, who does this, that'll just ensure that we don't have folks going in there over and over and over and giving the same feedback. 2 things about that survey. It is identical to the statistically valid survey that's helping to inform our Center for Public Safety Management analysis, but it also will be separately held data. You'll get it, but so that we've got that statistically valid information. And then, of course, this is not necessarily random because individuals choose to jump in and give us feedback, but sometimes it's surprising how close they are to one another. So I wanted to remind the council and the public that they can give us some really critical feedback on our police department. I've got an exciting announcement tonight to make. So Debbie Melling has been selected as our Public Works Director. Debbie has got over 15 years with the City of Billings. She had private sector experience before that and is an engineer from Montana. She competed with 16 other individuals around the country. We had about half a dozen states represented. of folks who were interested in being our Public Works Director. We did interview 6 individuals. We had a citizen participant. We had a non-Public Works Department participant who worked at the city, and then several department directors and myself and Kevin that conducted these interviews. And Debbie was far and away the best candidate, both in her written materials that she submitted. We had some essay questions that all of the interested parties needed to give us, also in our interview process. So we're really excited to bring Debbie on to our director leadership team, and we're just excited about that. So I want to let you guys know and the public know, effective a week from today, Debbie will be taking over the reins in that capacity.
A virtual hand of applause.
Thanks, you guys. And I believe that covers all of the components I wanted to cover for tonight. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky.
Just curious, who will be the acting city attorney as of December 31st?
Thank you. So acting will be Gina Dahl, who's on our council. She's on tonight. And Gina's been participating in many additional meetings beyond her time in this interim capacity. Applications are due next Monday for this job. So we will be moving into that capacity as well. So Gina will be working in that capacity. Thank you, Councilmember Chiriky.
Thank you very much. Anything else for Chris before we move on to public comment on non-public hearing items? Seeing none, we will then move to public comment on non-public hearing items. Tonight, that's items 1 and 4. Item 1 is our consent agenda, and item 4 is the preliminary minor plat for Big Iron subdivision. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on either of those items, now is the time to call this number. Write it down, 237-6196. That's the same number we'll use throughout the night. So you may want to write it down, 237-6196. Item number 1 is our consent agenda. All of the sub items there, item 1A through item 1G. This is your only opportunity to comment on those, and also on item 4, that preliminary minor plat of Big Iron subdivision near Washington Street. If you'd like to comment on any of those items, call that number now, 237-6196. We'll ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us what your name and address is, and please turn off your television or your computer, because the actual meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. There's about a 1-minute delay, and you'll be confused if you're trying to listen to what you're hearing. It's a minute behind the actual meeting. So do we have any callers, Denise, to 237-6196 to comment on item 1 or item number 4? Just a reminder, item 5 is our recode discussion tonight. We'll have a public hearing on that later. Please do not call in. If you'd like to comment on Project Recode, you'll have an opportunity to do that later. Denise, do we have any callers?
I just wanted to update you on Councilmember Neese. He did call in on the public comment line and was listening to the proceedings up till now. And he is working with IT in the background now. So, but he has freed up the public comment line for people to call in. I have not received any calls though thus far. Did we lose the mayor? Does anybody see the mayor? Okay.
I think you scared him away, Denise.
I think I did. He just jumped in and said that he lost his internet connection, so he's going to try to get back into the meeting.
Should I proceed?
You could.
Okay, I'll proceed. So we allowed for public comment. There's no public comment. So we'll turn back to the council. Do you want to, and if someone calls in, they can, we'll go back to them.
I will let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So council, with your permission, do you have anyone that would like to do any separation? Ms. Purington.
At this time, I'd like to separate 1B.
1B, as in boy.
Yes, sir. The software agreement.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be from
Mr.
item
Brown, you're
1.
on.
Can you not hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, I will be abstaining from item 1G2.
1G2.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other separations at this time? And I don't know if the mayor has any separations. Mr. Boyette.
Thank you. I move that we approve the consent agenda items except for item 1B and item 1G2.
All right. There is a second. Mr. Boyette made the first and Ms. Joy made the second. All right. Any discussion on those items? Okay. I don't see any discussion on any of those items. All right. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. All opposed, raise your hand. Okay. Mr. Ewalt is the only one opposing, and we don't know what the mayor or Mr. Neese will say. Thank you, council. Now we'll go back to item B. And Ms. Purington, you have the floor.
Thank you. I addressed these with Jessica and Mr. Kokolski via email, and I didn't get it till later, so I'm not really sure. I think Mr. Kokolski was the one that addressed some of those issues. Part of it was, one, what were we doing before we, because I understand whenever we were going, during COVID, we were already doing the licensing, or we started doing licensing online and permits online. So that was one thing. And I think with this one, this software, it was going to allow more cloud service. And then there was a mention of CARES money. And it was my understanding that those allocations some of those have been done through, they have to be done through the end of December. I tried calling some legislators to find out about this state purchasing and wasn't able to reach anyone that knew anything today anyway. So I'm not sure about spending that kind of money. And it's my understanding that it's going to go back onto the backs of those purchasing those permits and license. And right now, even with Recode, we're getting a lot of feedback from some of these builders that they feel like they're really getting hammered with fees. So anyway, I just wanted to get a little bit more information about it, and I don't know about spending that kind of money.
All right, Mr. Kokolski.
I'd be happy to start, and then I see Jessica. Thank you, Jessica. I'm going to need your help. I'll rely on you, Jessica, to answer specifically what were we doing prior to at the beginning of the pandemic. But I think they're two somewhat separate issues. Let me clarify maybe the last comment there, which is us purchasing software so that people can submit electronically, which we think will be an efficiency for the business community and internally. That will not directly have an impact on what fee charges are to building permits. So all costs associated with this is covered with the building permit cost that are paid. So there'd be that component. The other piece I would touch on is just as the memo kind of outlined so that you guys are aware, we've wanted to move in this direction for many, many years, that being more efficient with electronic submittal and electronic handing off of these documents. Really, the pandemic gave us an excuse to move that forward, and Jessica's leadership in running the division has sped that up. in a way that now we find ourselves CARES eligible for funding of it versus just internally. So I'm going to give it to Jessica then to touch on any other issues she'd like to about your email, Pam, and questions, and specifically about where did this start at the beginning of the shutdown.
Okay, Jessica.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, or Deputy Mayor. So, Councilmember Purinton, I did respond to some of your comments in the email. I guess there's several issues. First of all, the building division has never been able to accept plans electronically. So some of the other divisions do accept permits online and payments online. The building division does not, and we're sort of the clearinghouse for new construction when you go to build something new. So we take in all the plans and then we route them around to the divisions. And right now that's still an entirely paper process. So for instance, for a new commercial building, we require 5 sets of plans. And so then we route them to engineering, to utilities, to planning, everyone, to the fire department. So this program is a way for us to intake it all electronically, and then we can route those plans electronically, and the plan reviewers are all doing it on a web-based program where they're able to plan review those electronically. So when COVID hit this year, unfortunately, the building department was, we're behind the times, and that we don't have that capability of taking in plans electronically and reviewing them electronically. All the other major jurisdictions in Montana do have that service to their customers, and unfortunately we do not. So what the building division did at the time was just do a non-contact Dropbox system where they could drop off their plans and their applications without coming up to the counter, but we still needed those physical plans. So this program is a way that we can take in plans electronically. In terms of getting it implemented before the end of the year, that was also one of the reasons we selected this product, because we are able to get it implemented before the end of the year. And we did get approval from the state last week for the CARES reimbursement for it. So we did get confirmation that if we have it up and running by December 30th, they will reimburse us this fee for the first year. Looking at years going forward, the building division is actually going to save money. We're conservatively going to save about $15,000 a year just from not having to scan and not having to store paper plans. And the other thing, in talking to commercial contractors and architects and the people that are submitting these, 5 sets of giant plans, those plan sets cost hundreds of dollars to print. So every time that they're submitting plans to us, it's costing them several $100s to print those plans. And if we have corrections, comments go out, a lot of times those initial plans end up in the trash because they're going to print entirely new sets and submit them to us. So, in talking to our customers, they've said, hey, even if you charge us $500 to get, it electronically, that's still going to save us money. So at this point, we're not recommending any sort of a fee for that, or we're not saying we need it at this time. I think going forward, it might be something that we would ask our customers to pay a small fee just for the convenience factor. But right now, we're not recommending that. And, we'd have to look at future budgets. But I think in the next year's budget, when we would go to pay for this program, we'll be able to absorb it in our budget. So.
Okay, thank you. Does council, any other council have questions first? Any other questions? Okay, Ms. Purinton, you want to do a follow-up? You're on.
Just a quick one. So what is the projected cost going forward? It seemed like the 87 plus was just the initial startup.
Councilmember Purinton, that's correct. So the first year, we're looking at 87,000, I think. So there's an annual fee for the portal, and that was about $11,000. And the building division will cover that cost. Again, that's through savings from not having to scan the paper plans. And then there's a per user cost. So for every user that's getting on and reviewing electronically, there's a cost for each of those users. And those would be by department or by who's using that program, which includes our county users as well for the planning department. I saw Wyeth jumped on.
Okay, thank you. I think that's, the council have any other questions on that? Oh, Mr. Wyeth, Mr. Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Yakowicz and Council. I just wanted to chime in here really briefly just to echo and kind of clarify further what Jessica is saying. This program will also help in my department and specifically in our planning division with plan review for subdivision reviews, application reviews, permits, et cetera, just like Jessica described. And so this has been an ongoing process. We've been trying to get all the right components and make this work. And we've been doing some things like planning has online, but at a very limited basis. And this will enable us to move more into a full electronic plan review process for both, for building, as Jessica described, but also for planning with plats, subdivisions, and other permits. And we do interface with the county, as she described, so it also helps us move things around electronically with our county reviewer. So this is really significant in terms of moving us forward. There's a lot of components to this, so I think you'll be hearing more in the future as we continue to refine it. But this is a really big step for us to try to get to this point after the work that's been done in the last couple of years. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Friday. Is there a motion to approve, or Ms. Ronning?
Thank you. I move to approve the software agreement for online permit submittal and electronic plan review software with Carasoft.
All right, and I see Danny, you raised your hand. Mr. Cherokee, you raised your hand. So there's been a first and a second, and it's been great discussion. Any other discussion on this here? Mr. Cherokee.
I would just add that when I was a graduate student in Bozeman in 1982, I remember using the state purchasing contracts. It's an essential part of state government and has been for a very, very, very long time.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? All right, again, thank you, Ms. Purinton. You brought up a great discussion here. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. I see unanimous vote. Thank you. And we I guess Mr. Neese and the mayor can vote later. So I'd like to next a motion for G2. Mr. Boyette.
Thank you. I move that we approve consent agenda 1G2.
Okay, Ms. Joy. Is seconds that. Any discussion with the abstaining of Mr. Brown? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, unanimous with Mr. Brown abstaining. All right, mayor has not been on yet, I see, nor Mr. Neese. How's the mayor doing, Ms. Bowman?
I just checked on him a minute ago, and every time he tries to click on the Zoom meeting, it shuts down his computer. So we're not sure what's happening there. I said to him maybe he could call in using his iPhone, and he hasn't been successful with that. So I don't know what's happening with our IT tonight. Sorry, guys.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're doing a lovely job.
Ms. Bowman, we'll turn this over to you for regular agenda, item 2.
Okay, so it's public hearing and resolution for annexation 20-03, a parcel located south of the South Frontage Road and north of Great Eagle Ditch, legally described as Certificate of Survey 1121, Tract 2A1, totaling approximately 4.350 gross acres. Chuck Hogan and Rick Dorn on behalf of Hogan Properties LLC are the petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Monica Blecker, I believe you have the deck.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, council members. I have a presentation, so let me just get my screen shared here quickly. Okay, are you all able to see that okay? Okay, great. All right. So as Denise mentioned, this is annexation petition 20-03 along the South Frontage Road. As you can see on your agenda tonight, there are several items that are intertwined with an annexation. This is a very typical. We usually have about 3 agenda items per annexation. There is an order of operations, which requires the preliminary plat of Big Iron subdivision to be on your regular agenda tonight, as opposed to the consent agenda. These preliminary plats are usually on the consent. We will touch briefly on the plans for what the Big Iron subdivision is, but there is actually not a presentation tonight, but of course I'm available to answer questions if you have them. The preliminary plat does have to be voted on by the council once the property has been annexed. So once you have made action after tonight's public hearing on the annexation resolution, you're then able to consider the subdivision. And then, as always, we have our ward boundary ordinance, which amends the ward boundaries to include the newly annexed area in the city. So are there any questions before I get into the presentation on why we have 3 items and why they're in the order on the agenda that they are?
Any questions for council? If I can't see your face, could you just shout out? Any council? Any questions? I see none right now, Ms. Flecker.
Okay, great. I'll continue. So this right here is Exhibit A. It's attached to the resolution. This is what's prepared to show the area that is proposed to be annexed. It is shaded in gray at the center, track 2A1 of Certificate of Survey 1121. It's a square parcel. As you can see, it's north of Riverfront Park. And I have an aerial to share with you. As you can see, the property is already developed in a sense. There is a metal commercial building with overhead doors, garage space. Over the years, there's been some, commercial trucking, storage type things that have happened on the property. This is an image of our City of Billings limits of annexation map. The star represents the subject property, and the red area actually shows what is in the limits of annexation. So according to our policy, the property has to be within the limits of annexation. So that is one of the criteria that is met and shown with this image. Next, it's important to see the surrounding zoning. This property is actually zoned controlled industrial currently in the county and would remain the same as it comes into the city. The South Frontage Road and Interstate are to the north, but across that is residential 5,000. Directly to the west of the property, we have controlled industrial. To the south, as I mentioned, we have Riverfront Park. And then to the east, we have agricultural open space property that's undeveloped. As I mentioned, there is an associated subdivision with this annexation. This is a portion of the preliminary plat. This is a 2-lot minor subdivision. As you can see, I've used the red boxes to highlight where Lot 1 and Lot 2 are. Lot 1 would be a 1.32 acre parcel, and Lot 2, where the existing building is, would be a 2.42 acre parcel. There are 2 accesses presently on the property. Those will be maintained, and with final plat, there will be a reciprocal access agreement basically stating that both lots have access to both existing approaches off of the South Frontage Road. So even though this hearing is for the annexation, just so that you have an idea of what is coming subsequently, I did want to share an image of the plat with this presentation. This is the property currently, as I stated, the metal building with the overhead doors. This is looking southeast. This is looking west along the frontage road. This is looking north across I-90. And this is looking east. And again, the subject property. So the city has an annexation policy that has 5 criteria. 1, the area must be located within the limits of annexation map, which we demonstrated that it does. 2, the city must be adequately able to provide services to the property. The staff report includes all comments from departments. There were no issues identified from any city departments in providing services to this property. Any proposed public improvements within the area annex will meet city standards. As you'll see, the conditional approval includes language regarding a subdivision improvement agreement, which you'll actually, will be considered with the subdivision. For a waiver of right to protest, future SIDs must be included. That's a part of the SIA for the subdivision. And furthermore, development must be in conformance with zoning. So as I stated, this property is zoned controlled industrial, and any development to the site will be done so in compliance with zoning. As I mentioned, staff recommends conditional approval once you conduct your public hearing. The resolution to annex does include the following condition: a subdivision improvement agreement, waiver of right to protest, the creation of special improvement districts shall be approved and recorded that stipulates specific infrastructure improvements for right-of-way dedication, provide guarantees of such infrastructure improvements. So that happens with a part of the subdivision process. Typically, if an annexation is being requested and does not have an associated subdivision, we require a development agreement. Whenever there's a subdivision, we require the SIA. So if you're wondering why the condition looks slightly different, it's because the accompanying subdivision application requires it to be this way. Here is another exhibit, just a recap of the property. And I can stop sharing my screen and answer questions at this time prior to opening the hearing.
Thank you. Well, the mayor, you are back, Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to take a short little nap, get caught up on my sleep there a little bit. I knew you were in good hands with Councilmember Yakowicz, our deputy mayor. So I do apologize. For some reason, the computer just would shut down. And then every time I try to get back on, it would shut down. So something strange going on cyberspace today. Thank you very much. We'll move on then to discussion questions. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, you said it borders Riverfront Park on the south?
Yes.
Okay, that was in red, so that's not in the city limits then, Riverfront Park?
We have parkland that is not annexed into the city. Several years ago, we did go through and do about 5 annexations of parkland so that prior to the 4th of July, we would be able to enforce like the regulations related to fireworks. I am drawing a blank as to whether or not Riverfront Park came in at that time. The one that most notably comes to mind is Phipps Park that we took care of then. So it may still be remaining, and I see Wyeth just jumped in, so hopefully he can clarify.
Wyeth.
Yes, yeah, sure. I'll just follow up. Monica's correct about some of the annexations of parklands we did in past years. Colson and Phipps were brought in to address fireworks enforcement. The Riverfront Park at this point is not in the city, but we are actually having a discussion. I just was having a discussion with the parks last week regarding that, because there's going to be some information coming to the council at a work session in December about some proposed expansion of the South Billings Urban Renewal District. And one of the areas we were looking at was that park, and the idea that that park should be annexed and then potentially could be in the district, but it is not in right at this time.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Ewald and Councilmember Purington?
I got one more question, a follow-up. That is going to be, if we approve this, it'll be zone CI. Now, if recode gets passed, then it will no longer be CI?
It will not be CI. It will be I1.
So if they want to take advantage of CI, they have to get it passed tonight and get working on it right away, or as soon as recode's passed, then they would get cut by 30 to 40% of what they can put on it.
Councilmember Ewald, right now, if the property were to be annexed tonight, yes, they could continue with their development under the existing controlled industrial. If you choose not to annex it, the property remains in the county, and the county commissioners have acted on Project Recode. So the I-1 would be effective if they remain in the county.
Thank you.
Councilman Purinton.
I'm just wondering if there's any implication because the ditch looks like it runs the southern border of that property. Does that have any implication at all as far as annexation? And does the ditch group, do they run that?
So during the subdivision process, as well as the annexation process, we're looking for department comments, as well as during the subdivision process, the ditch companies are notified. If they provide comments and feedback, we of course respond to them. With subdivisions in the city, we of course have ditches that run along and are adjacent to a lot of them. This is something that, happens commonly. It's not something that should prevent either the annexation or the development.
Nicole, did you want to comment? I think it's a small local drainage ditch. I've jumped over it a couple times, but Nicole, did you want to comment on that?
I just wanted to let the council know that the Project Recode update to that zone district for this property and the adjacent properties to the west is to the heavy commercial zone district, or CX, not to I-1.
Okay, thank you.
And that was primarily based on the uses of the property.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Monica, you had shared that in your presentation that there were no issues that had come up by city staff in regard to this annexation. And for the life of me, I was trying to find, and I think it might be in the third, or the staff memo for item 4, which is this same piece of property, that Chief St. John and the police department do state that they needed to remind city council that the more we annex in, the harder it is going to be for them to continue to adequately service all of the expanded area because of the limited amount of funding we've got for the police right now and limited amount of service that they're already able to give. So I did see that, correct? I'm sure I read that.
Yes, you did see that. And I can further clarify. The point of my comment in saying that there are no issues that should prevent annexation. Chief St. John nor the fire department said that there is something that should prevent the annexation. Yes, it is always their standard response that as the city continues to grow, it does use more resources. But as far as a specifically identified issue that either cannot be conditioned or would not be able to be mitigated to prevent the annexation, nothing like that was identified.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Thanks, Monica.
Sure. Thank you. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Honor and Council. Monica, that, as we alluded to, there's a ditch that goes along the side of it. That's from the Washington Street. I assume that if they're annexed in, they would have to get on sewer and would not have septic tanks.
Right. So Councilmember Yakowicz, the subdivision improvement agreement for the Big Iron subdivision does specifically spell out that when Lot 1, which is the area that does not presently have a building on it, is developed, it will have to connect to both water and sewer. There is language in there that allows for Lot 2, which presently has both a well and a septic system, that states that when the property is redeveloped, it will then have to connect. Or if new development occurs there, it will have to connect. But the building as is could come into the city and still use those facilities. But that new lot that's created would immediately have to connect with new development, and then Lot 2 with redevelopment would have to then connect.
Councilmember Yakowicz, and then we'll welcome Councilmember Neese back to our party. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Let us welcome him now. Welcome.
Okay, welcome, Councilmember Neese.
Monica, just follow that up a little bit more. I know that if you walk down that road along the ditch, the bank has been washed out a lot more washout. So it is very close to the river. Just curious, when septic systems are so close to the river there, is there any impact on the river or on that ditch? The aquatics are just so close to the building.
Because that septic system was permitted in the county, that was reviewed by the county sanitarian on behalf of DEQ with Riverstone Health. So that there is a septic permit, which was reviewed and approved at the time that it was put in. So the assumption is that the sanitarian has made sure that that system meets the requirements and is safe and can be there. Just generally speaking, we want to see the use of city utilities along the river because we do feel like it is environmentally more sound and friendly. But given the fact that this development previously occurred in the county with those, it was properly permitted. So we can assume that it was done correctly.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Monica on item number 2? Before we open up for public hearing. Anything else? Any other hands? Not seeing any. We'll open up then for public hearing. Please call that number 237-6196 now if you'd like to be heard on item number 2, the annexation of this property near Washington Street. That number again, 237-6196. While we're waiting for calls to come in, Councilmember Trickey. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Trickey, Monica, did you want to comment and then we'll go back to Danny?
I did. I just wanted to share that Bill Morgan with Sanderson Stewart is the applicant's agent and he is available and is on the Zoom call. So I just wanted to provide you with that information.
Thank you very much. Bill, was there anything that you wanted to add to Monica's presentation at this time?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Trickey?
I was just, while we were waiting for comments, I just thought I'd ask the question. Once Recode is adopted, does this process still going to take 2 separate steps, 2 separate hearings?
Yes. So the annexation is actually the annexation policy and the guidelines spelled out in state law that govern annexation are not a part of what governs zoning. So the process as far as just the hearing for the annexation that happens at one meeting, and then we do the ward boundary ordinance. And so those 2 items really can't be rolled into one because they're addressing 2 different things. In past years, it actually used to take multiple meetings. The items weren't all at the same time. Council actually had to accept the petition, and then at the next meeting, the hearing would happen, and then at the next meeting, the ward boundary ordinance would happen. So we've actually come a long ways as far as streamlining the process and at least getting all of the items onto one business meeting.
Darn.
And also while we're waiting, I'll just comment that there's a great opportunity for trail development to link the Washington Street trailhead here and Riverfront Park trail system. The city already has a trail easement on the property immediately to the west, owned by Meadowlark LLC. The Roth family have generously granted that easement. And so there is room on the park property south of this property. And that only leaves then the remaining piece owned by the Dorn family between that and Riverfront Park. And there may be a place down closer to the park that will allow a great linkage there for expansion of our trail system. Denise, did anybody call 237-6196 during our discussion to comment on this item?
No, Mayor, I have no calls.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and we'll recognize Councilmember Boyette after I've closed public comment. And so done. Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Boyette.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution approving annexation 20-03 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Discussion on the motion. The motion is for approval. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote then. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of annexation and the motion, or all members of the council. Thank you very much. All members here and voting. Motion passes. Brings us then to item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 to include recently annexed property in annexation 20-03, a parcel located south of South Frontage Road and north of the Gray Eagle Ditch, legally described as Certificate of Survey 1121, Tract 2A1, totaling approximately 4.350 gross acres. Chuck Hogan and Rick Dorn, on behalf of Hogan Properties LLC, are the petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening: approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Back to Monica. This property looks vaguely familiar. Monica?
Yes. So, Mayor, I think you may have missed my introductory slide for the annexation public hearing. I do not have a presentation for this item or the preliminary plat. I am available to answer questions if you need. And this property would be going into Ward 3. So because this is an ordinance, it does require a second reading, which will be on your consent agenda at your next business meeting if you approve it tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Monica is available for questions. You've heard the presentation on the property. Generally, are there any questions for Monica? There is a public hearing we'll have to go through as well. Any questions for Monica on this component? If not, we'll open it up for public hearing. If you would like to comment on the addition of this property near Washington Street that was just annexed into Ward 3, please call that number, 237-6196. 237-6196. Keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name, your address, turn off your television, turn off your computer. We'll delay briefly because of that delay to give public an opportunity to call in to 237-6196. Monica, do we have anyone who has called that? Please feel free to interrupt me if one comes in the next few seconds.
Okay, Mayor, I have no callers so far.
Okay, just sake of time, we'll go ahead and determine the public hearing is closed, subject to somebody calling the next few seconds, and we'll move ahead to discussion or motion. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 3 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Councilmember Brown. Motion is for approval. Any discussion on the motion? Motion is to add this to Ward 3. Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor. All members of the City Council vote in favor. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 4. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Yes, Mayor. Conditional approval of preliminary minor plat for Big Iron subdivision, generally located at 3716 South Frontage Road. Hogan Properties LLC is the owner. Sandra Stewart is the agent. Staff recommends conditional approval and adoption of the findings of fact. Approval or disapproval of staff's recommendation is your action this evening.
Thank you very much. Again, no presentation by Monica. This is the preliminary minor plat, so there is no public hearing on this item. The council can just approve it. Any questions for Monica or motion pertaining to the recommended preliminary minor plat? Councilmember Treaky? You're pointing, but Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to clarify, and I think Monica has already talked about this, but in the SIA under water and sewer, it says lot 2 shall install an individual water service for domestic water supply upon redevelopment or at the time the existing water supply is in a state of disrepair. So what does that or mean? Does it mean that it will definitely be redeveloped, or it will definitely take place at the time of redevelopment? Or does the other system have to break before it's put in? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy. Just to clarify, it will happen. If the property obtains a building permit to redevelop, it will happen during that process. If it does not go through a process that requires any sort of permitting and its existing water or septic system fail, then that is the triggering point to say you cannot repair your existing system. You'll need to bring it up to standard and connect.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions for Monica, discussion or motion? It will not be a public hearing. Anything else, Councilmember Tricky?
Now I need to find the language. I move for conditional approval and adoption of the facts of finding for the preliminary minor plat for Big Iron subdivision as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Joy. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval of preliminary minor plat, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5, which is our final scheduled item for tonight?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance approving project recode continued from 11/9/2020 regular business meeting. Zoning code amendment and zoning code zoning map update. Zoning Commission recommends approval, and action this evening is approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you very much. This discussion will be extensive. We've had an awful lot of public input, which has been great. That's exactly what we need. Part of me wishes it had happened a year or two ago, but hey, better late than never. So we're learning, we're making some changes. I know I'm learning a lot. Because of that, though, we probably do want to have some discussion about our procedure here tonight. I sent around to council staff's recommendation that staff make a presentation, entertain questions, tell us what they've been doing over the last couple of weeks, which has been a lot, and then probably continue this, open the public hearing, but continue it. Before we jump into the merits of all of these issues, let's have a brief discussion, if council would like to, about what we're doing here tonight. In particular, do you want to follow that plan? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd really like to make basically the same procedural motion that I made 2 weeks ago. And that is to hear the staff recommend or staff presentation, have council discussion, questions, and then still hold open the public meeting until our next scheduled work session or regular business session. Good grief. And then, once everybody talks about that, I'd like to discuss that, my reasoning for that.
Okay, that's the motion. Councilmember Purinton's holding up 2 fingers, which I perceive to be a second to that motion. And so we have a motion on the table. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Tricky.
My original position on this whole thing was to accept the recode as it was presented to us and then deal with the specific issues as they came along. And in addition to that, I did not and do not support any policy changes during this portion of the looking at the recode. by delaying it 2 weeks and delaying it another 2 weeks, what we are seeing now is pressure to start making policy changes within this whole thing. And the thing that worries me about this is that the original process was very heavily attended and paid attention to by business interests, and the number of just regular citizens who were part of the process were very, very, very few. And in fact, in some cases, some of the regular citizens who attended those meetings were actually somewhat bullied in those meetings. My basic opinion is that the code as it exists right now is very good for business. And if we're going to continue to do this, at some point, if we're going to be making policy changes to this document, we need to actually engage the public in this conversation, because there are issues of whether or not we're happy with what's going on with casinos. There are issues about sign code. There are issues about whether or not neighborhoods should stay the way that they currently are, or whether or not we're going to allow changes to the neighborhoods. All of these things, dramatically impact what this code is going to look like. I'm happy with the process. There was a give and a take back and forth that got us to the code that we have here right now. But I think it is incredibly unfair to have one side sitting here and putting pressure on the council to make policy changes without engaging the rest of the Billings community. So, okay, I'm okay with us putting it off for another couple of weeks. That's fine. But, if we are going to actually start making policy changes in this document, I think we may be actually looking at a much, much longer process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have a motion, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure I understand all of Danny's comment. This is a policy decision through and through. The other thing that I would like to comment is my original intent was to move forward tonight and vote this up or down and move forward. However, there seems to be a lot of discussion and comments from the public on a few items. We're getting a lot of emails, but they're all on like 3 different items. And I think that we can address those. We can clear up some misconceptions, whatever that might be. But I will say I'm probably not going to support another extension. But I think that there's been enough back and forth in emails and everything else that I think that we, at the very least, need to clear some things up and address those 2 or 3 things. I can be honest with you, I'm not interested in a 6-hour discussion on the same exact thing over and over and over and over. I think we can identify those 3 or 4 issues, see if there is anything we can do, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Getting the motion on this procedural question of what we're doing here this evening. Councilmember Joy and the Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It sort of seems like we've got a supra public at this point. The task forces were very much involved in the discussions on how they wanted their neighborhoods to look. The Vistas went out and conducted public meetings, engaged with the public to arrive at this point where we can say neighborhoods have these concerns. What happens to that input when we start a super public process, which is essentially holding open? If someone signs an email to me and they put down their name of their business, I'm wondering where does what the task forces wanted, where does that come into the process? Because we've really changed this process from what it started. The task forces are not here helping to shape what they would like for their neighborhoods. So this process has sort of morphed into a process that I think is leaving out a lot of the public that was initially involved with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with what Sean had said, that I appreciate the comments that are coming in the emails that are providing specific direction and specific items that they see may be problematic or that they agree with. General comments are really unhelpful at this point, but very specific items are most welcome, and I'm doing my best to make sure that Nicole and Wyatt and their team see it and are able to address those. So my encouragement is for people that while this is open and there's opportunity to have discussion, keep sending those emails in. But I also really wanted to extend my sincere gratitude to all of the volunteers in the past 3.5 years that have dedicated hundreds of hours. That's a big ask from the city, and they really dedicated their time. And I just really want to reiterate how grateful I am to those that stood up and participated. I don't want them to be overlooked in this process, and just continue to extend the gratitude. But I agree with Sean. I won't support another extension. I'm going to agree to this extension and support this extension, but I won't support another one. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments on the motion? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. I was going to vote tonight to support the recode. I will be swayed by Councilman Brown, but also I just want to ask one specific question, because Nicole, you are well respected among those people who've asked me to vote tonight. And my assumption is you are, well, I'm putting you on the spot, but I haven't read a bunch of emails, but I'm assuming that you are in accord with this for 2 more weeks. Just yes or no on that?
Yes, Mr. Yakovich, in order for us to perfect those changes that we're going to show you tonight to the draft code, it will take us a couple of weeks. And also to have the opportunity to meet with the HBA representatives and some of the other home builders and folks that have given us that input on specifically the neighborhood districts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. Well, and Nicole, I hope also you meet with the Tavern Association. I know that I had sent you an email saying that they would like to meet with you also, and they had some pretty specific things that they wanted to address. I think the consensus has been with all the people that I've talked with over the past 2 or 3 weeks is that many of them didn't know. And these are major players, stakeholders, if you will, in the development and building industry in Billings. And they have had some input. Whenever you talk about specifics, and that's what, I've asked for some of them, they want the time, because it's taken 3 years to develop this. And even as of summer, that was when the final draft came forward. And things have been changed. Nicole has acknowledged some of those things that needed to change or that were in error. And so we applaud you for that. But they haven't seen some of those changes in writing, and they would like that. But they still have concerns with their particular niche of building or development. So I think when you talk about some people needing or wanting more of a voice in this, that's what they're wanting to do. They want to look at it. They want to have time. They are not asking for months on end. They're asking for at least through the holidays. Most of them want face-to-face meetings. And due to COVID, that probably won't happen. That's why I've suggested that if they can get on a city Zoom, that at least that's as close to face-to-face or have a hybrid, which most have said they would be willing to do that. And let's be honest, calling into city council on a Zoom meeting is not an easy task. I'm not asking for ease in this for those people, but I'm just saying it's a very imperfect system. If we were at City Hall, it would be a completely different scenario. So I'm not asking for extension upon extension, but I'm asking for a level playing field for these people. And I think that's what they don't think that they've had that. So anyway, and I will definitely vote in favor of Sean's motion. And if it happens at the next meeting, the next regular meeting, where some of these things have not transpired, then I would probably ask for another one. But yeah, we want to be over with it as well. But we also don't want a fluid document that's hanging out there that if they start a project and then it's like they've got another amendment to be made or something. So I just think it needs to be a little bit more refined. It needs to be a little bit more solid, because these people are putting a lot of money into what they do. Their risk is great. And for those of us who are not builders or developers, I think sometimes we don't understand that. So thank you, Sean, for putting that out there, and I will support your motion.
Thank you very much. Other comments on the motion itself? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that it needs to be put off, but I think tomorrow's the last work day this week. So we don't have much time before the next meeting when things could actually happen with Turkey Day and everything coming up. So we got to look at how much time is available and when we can get together and get stuff planned. Like Pam said, it's not just the home builders, the Tavern Association, the casino people, and I think the sign people got some type of issues, and the commercial people definitely have some issues. So we got a pretty broad spectrum that we got to get worked out. And if it took 3.5 years to get this far, we can't get it solved in a week and one day that's left before the next business meeting.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Trakey and Councilmember Brown. And then we'll go Councilmember Neese.
I'll pass for the moment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the comments, but I would just say that, expecting Nicole to meet with every single person that has been sending emails and, would like to discuss this is absolutely unrealistic. I'm all for, meeting with the groups and things like that. This has been a 3.5 year process. I would say, meeting with the larger groups, I think is probably doable. And, if we can get that done, the other thing is there are recommendations made tonight or going to be made tonight, I understand, that probably address some of these things already. So I just don't think it's realistic to expect that Nicole and her group can talk to every single person that wants to. And I'm just throwing that out there for reality.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay on this phone?
Yeah, you look good. Is that a church pew behind you?
No, that's our old digs. That's where I went up there and took a picture the other day of our council chambers.
I thought maybe it required divine intervention for you to join us tonight.
Practically.
We forgot what it looked like.
Exactly.
It's good to know it's still there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Councilman Brown, thank you for making the motion. I'll support that. And Councilwoman Purington, I agree. I really appreciated the comments coming in that were specific and even pointing out certain areas of the code that need to be changed or recommendations. I did attend the meeting that Councilman Ewald and Purington put on with the builders. I thought that was really good, healthy conversation. One of the things I asked them when I was there, I asked them for specifics, and I think they're delivering, which is really, really good. I agree there are a lot of different areas that need to be addressed. I appreciate the time we're going to have, and I just hope we can move forward. I agree with Councilman Brown. We're going to see some changes, and if that's enough to change and the policy is good, let's move forward. If it's not, that's, we have to hold off, but that's expect it to be in a couple of weeks, and hopefully we can get some traction on it tonight. So, but I will support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's try to bring this to a conclusion so we can vote and then hopefully move on to the substance. Councilmember Treaky.
I just hope that the council will consider that if we get the same kind of response from regular citizens who really are not happy about casinos in the city, who are not happy about the way signs are working, who want their neighborhoods to look and feel the same way that they currently do, that we will give them the amount of time that they need in order to organize and respond to these things and whatnot. This is exactly the reason why I didn't want to do this, is because if one side starts organizing and expands the time frame, then the other side starts it, then it just goes on ad infinitum. So yeah, let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that one, your point is well taken, and it's therefore very important that all citizens jump aboard and give us their comments as soon as possible, because they can't assume that this process will go on forever. So with that, let's move on to a vote on the motion, which is to commence continue our public hearing and hold it open after getting a report from staff and having some discussion and questions on that. So all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Council members Ronning, Cole, Purington, Boyette, Ewalt, Yakowicz, Brown, Neese. And now, if in voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Council members Treaky and Council member Joy. Motion passes. We'll operate then with that plan this evening. With that, then let's turn it back to our planning department. Turn it to Wyeth, and he can introduce Nicole or whatever other introduction you'd like to give, unless Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, has anything. No, he's giving thumbs up. So with that, turn it to Wyeth.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the discussion and that motion tonight. That is where, and I'll kind of walk through where we're at just very quickly before Nicole jumps in here. But that's staff also thought that this was the right way to approach this evening to make sure we can address a few items that have been worked on, as Nicole said. So this tonight is the continued first reading from the November 9th meeting. As you've discussed, there's been, as also has been discussed, a lot of questions and information that has been shared between the community, city staff, our working group members, our steering committee members, and others who've worked on Recode over the last several weeks since the 9th. And you've seen a lot of those emails, and Nicole has spent an extraordinarily significant amount of time responding to specific questions on specific areas that needed, that people were asking for clarification. I'll say that a lot of that has been those clarifications have addressed people's questions and concerns. Also, that we've spent an awful lot of time making sure people understand what's in the current code, not just in the future code. And that's been a challenge because people don't understand what they're currently subject to in the code. And so there's been a fair amount of time spent trying to make sure they understand that that's actually stuff that was already there and it's still going to be there. It's not new. So there's been a lot of work in that area too, which is great. Because the more people understand what they're currently dealing with, then they understand what's coming as well. So that process has been going. I would say that we are very much focused, as Councilmember Brown and a few others referenced, on some very specific areas that we've heard feedback on, and areas that we've discussed with you, with the council. Those are, and you'll hear from Nicole and Elizabeth some more on this tonight, but we'll review what the council provided direction for from the November 9th meeting, those items that are proposed to make some adjustments. And then we'll talk a little bit about some proposed adjustments for the PNDs and for some of the residential end districts, which are very specific issues that we've heard from specifically from the building community, some of our members actually of our working groups, and some of that we've looked at. I do want to clarify, currently, we've had comments and questions from others in the community, the sign community, the casino community, but we have not had anything that would direct us to do anything different with that. And in fact, the council at the 9th meeting was very specific that they did not want to change anything with what's in the current casino regulation. So I just want to be clear, as you discuss this later this evening, there's nothing currently that has been brought forward and specifically brought forward that we would address. We've certainly clarified an extensive amount with some of the casino operators, and some of them got their clarification and they're okay with what's proposed, and others, just had questions. So I just want to make sure that's understanding, because I think it's really important, again, especially with the process, that we're focused on a few items that have become significant discussion points and that the council has asked to have addressed. And we want to keep it that way, I think, unless, as has been stated, we're going off in some other direction with this process. And that would be a significant concern at this point, again, because of all the input and the participants that we've had in the past 3 years. So anyway, with tonight, we will get into both, as I said, the background on the items from the 9th, and then talk about some of these proposed changes. Certainly, again, as we try to keep focused, and a lot of that is trying to look at both what was proposed, the guiding principles that the steering committee and working groups worked from, the growth policy guidance, and where this has come, to try to make sure as we make some proposed adjustments for the council to consider, that we're not losing sight of those things, and we're not going off in other directions. So that's a lot of the work that's been spent in the last week or so with consultants, staff, as I said, information from the home builders, working group members, et cetera. So with that, I'll let Nicole get us started, but I just wanted to kind of go do a recap. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Wyeth. I did see Councilmember Boyette raise his hand before we turn over to our planning or our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyatt, I was looking at the Project Recode today, as well as the city webpage. How will I or anyone know what changes have already been made, or is there I didn't see like a red line saying scratching out this sentence and it was replaced by that. How will we as the council and people know what's changed or what's different going forward, I guess?
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Boyette, Mayor and Council. Nicole's going to talk to you about that tonight. We've got that prepared as of where we are currently. So you'll be able to see that. And I guess while you mentioned that, it reminded me too, I did want to mention we have both the side-by-side comparison document that Nicole prepared that is now on the website and was delivered to you about last week, as well as the fact sheets about each of the major district areas and the changes. Those are also on the website, and were also delivered, and were delivered actually to the community at large, to a lot of our folks that are have been engaged. So thank you for that question. Yeah, we'll be walking through that tonight, and then those other items are also, those tools are already out there and available.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Just a reminder that as multiple drafts are created, it'll be very important that each page of the new draft have a footer on it that gives the date of that draft. Otherwise, there'll be hopeless confusion, as we've learned from experience. Council, now we'll turn it over to Nicole Cromwell, our zoning coordinator. Nicole.
Okay. Just to clarify on the quote unquote red line of the final document, we are going to provide you with what we're calling Exhibit C, which will go through each section 100 to 1800. And if it's just grammar and punctuation changes, we're not going to pull all that into the Exhibit C. But where there are substantive changes, either that you have asked us to do, or corrections that do make a difference in the code as it currently reads, those will be in that Exhibit C. We're not going to republish the entire 446 pages and expect you to go through all 446 pages and find where we've added a comma or put in a period or corrected the spelling. So when that comes to you, that will be focused on those areas where changes were, more substantive changes were made. So with that,
I apologize, Nicole. It looks like Councilmember Ewald had one to follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be possible to get the substantive changes redlined and each page emailed to the council members that have the hard copy so they can put them in there, so we don't have to go back and forth to the internet and to our hard copies? Can they be emailed to us with the changes on them? And like Mayor Cole says, the date of when those changes were made. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of pages, but there'll be a few.
No. We could certainly organize it that way, but we'll also have the quote unquote Exhibit C, which will be attached to the ordinance, along with the zoning map updates, those final corrections to the map, which will be Exhibit B of the ordinance. So we just want to make sure it's an entire package together, but I can certainly organize those changes and send them to you page by page.
It would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go to the presentation, and hopefully I will get it to do the right thing, and I will have to duplicate the slideshow. Okay, so we're still in first reading. We're calling this session 2. We started on November 9th. We had a good discussion in session first time around. So just to ground ourselves again here, this is based on the Billings growth policy that was adopted in 2016. And this really is an implementation tool for those policies that the council adopted and guidelines that they adopted in that 2016 growth policy. Everything from making sure our community fabric stays intact, to supporting local businesses and prosperity of our community, to strong neighborhoods. So all of those policies and the guidance in that policy document have directed us to develop this implementation tool. So updated zoning, a good planning tool. The planning board, representing both the city and the county, created the steering committee and then the working groups that did the hard lift, the big lift, to redraft the code and worked on their specific sections of the code. That included 32 volunteers from our community who worked over that 3.5-year period to make sure we got a code that was fit for Billings and will help us implement those growth policies moving forward. We had over 154 volunteers, interested citizens, and groups that joined into those working group meetings. We had 3 full-time VISTA team members, 2 in 2018 and 1 in 2019, that helped us specifically work on the neighborhood section of the code. And then, of course, 1 consultant team. Elizabeth Garvin is our team lead, and she's joining us tonight, and she'll be presenting just a couple of slides to talk about some of the targeted revisions that we're going to propose to you in the N2 district specifically, and then also in the planned neighborhood development section of the code. And that's what we're going to work on tonight. Hopefully I can get this to move. Maybe not. Okay. There we go. So our steering committee, these are the 18 members, or actually 20 members of the steering committee who started off. A couple of them did bow out partway through due to personal other commitments that they had. And okay. Okay, and then our other volunteers who were members of working groups, and then our VISTA members. So our steering committee at the beginning of the project said, we need some kind of guidance here beyond just the policy statements from the City of Billings growth policy and the county growth policy for Lockwood and the county overall growth policy that will help us focus on things that are important in redrafting this code. So that included looking critically at all the areas of the code that we currently regulate and making sure that we keep what matters in the code, but also fill the void where we don't have regulations where we need them, and that we maintain what we care about. So that was really a critical issue in our neighborhood zone districts. And when we spent a lot of time under the code assessment and character assessment of our neighborhoods to draft those customized neighborhood districts that help us with those existing neighborhoods. So what we've heard actually over the last month, since October 26th, or actually November 2nd, when we did a second work session with the council, is we started to have some critical input on particularly on the neighborhood 2 or mid-century neighborhood urban form requirements. And what we really like to do is present to you, and Elizabeth is going to take over in a minute here to give you a couple of slides on this, is to make some adjustments to that urban form requirements based on either is it in an existing neighborhood that is a mid-century neighborhood, or is it a new neighborhood, something that's developing now or developed in the recent decades since we adopted the code in 1972. Because we want to make sure that those urban form requirements are kept for those neighborhoods there where the form does exist, so we don't have out of character infill happening. So that is, I think I'm on slide 5, and I'd like to stop sharing now, but I'm going to explain the 2 pictures at the bottom first. These are 2 duplexes. These are 2-unit buildings, and the one that's labeled existing on the left is in one of those mid-century neighborhoods. Now it has 2 front doors, but you'll notice that there's no driveway here from the street to the front of the building. And it is a single level living, and it has side yard parking off an alley. The one on the right is a new neighborhood, and these were neighborhoods that Councilmember Ewald specifically pointed out to planning staff and said, take a look at these new neighborhoods where these new townhomes and duplexes are being built, and how they're fitting into those neighborhoods. And when we compared these, we found that we need to build some flexibility here to allow the new and the existing to have good development over time that stays within kind of the intent and meaning of our growth policy goals. So I'm going to stop sharing so Elizabeth can jump in and give us a presentation on those revisions.
Thanks, Nicole. I feel like we're tempting fate switching out the screen share here. Let's see what happens. Is that working?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So to add some specifics to Nicole's description of the targeted revisions in the N2 district that we've been drafting and sending back and forth, we are writing a short regulation that helps distinguish new development from an existing neighborhood. And as Nicole mentioned, that's going to be based on the adoption of the 1972 code. So existing neighborhoods will predate the 1972 code, and that's where Recode will focus on ensuring that infill development that takes place in those existing neighborhoods that have more complete fabric will be consistent and compatible with the development already in those neighborhoods. In new development, there will be standards for y'all to look at when the draft gets to you, allowing more site layout flexibility. This was some of the input that staff's received on the draft. So allowing more flexibility on the site for 2-unit structures to go side by side up to 80 feet in width, and also to allow a 40% garage opening. So that should accommodate some of the more modern duplex or 2-unit, whatever terminology each builder likes to use. Those should be able to take place in the new development. We're also recommending standards that clarify lot access and curb cut requirements within neighborhoods, and based on whether or not there are existing alley systems or planned alley systems. We anticipate some developers will want to use an alley system, some won't. So we want to maintain the design, the structural integrity of existing systems, but have added reference out to the city's curb cut standards for those neighborhoods that won't have alley systems. So maybe next slide. Nobody knows. There it is. So revisions to the planned neighborhood development section. So if everyone will remember, we came to this PND process as a method to create a predictable process for development following annexation. We heard early on in doing our work with Project Recode that you all had some marathon meetings trying to deal with development annexing in from the county. And so we reached back to the city's growth policies, strong neighborhoods and essential investments, placemaking, community fabric, and mobility and access. And we proposed the PND process. So having done that, we've heard feedback, and we are going to show you a draft that has increased the minimum initial lot size up to 10 acres. That was from 3 acres up to 10 acres. Reduced the required zone district mix for the development districts from 3 to 2. That this draft will still have the open space requirement in it. And then proposed a required 20% of the secondary development district in net acres to encourage a modest mix of development types in new development in the community. This was part of what we heard across the process in terms of what predictability would look like. And so that is how we are targeting the changes and bringing them back out for another discussion. So I think that kind of summarizes it. Nicole, was there anything that you wanted to add to it?
Sure. I mean, we only touched on 2 of the proposed revisions to the N2 zone district, but some of the other ones that we are also going to relax or revise for the new neighborhoods or new developments would include some the 2 stories allowed full second story for new development rather than the 60% of the footprint. That the 40% garage opening would apply to not just 2-unit structures, but also single unit structures. I had a comment late today about the maximum pitch of 612. So it's likely that we would also look at that, relaxing that particular standard for new development. One, because it allows a bonus area on a half story or above a garage space. If you have a steeper pitched roof, you can do an attic truss or a scissor truss that allows that space to be usable. And you could have 2 entrances, 2 front doors, like the one on the screen here has 2 separate front doors. So you could have 2 front entrances for new development. So a lot of those, and you could also, when we clarify the curb cut and driveway locations, make sure that also those could have 2 separate curb cuts for a 2-unit structure and not just one. If they don't want to have one, they could have 2 separate ones, like the one shown on the screen here. So those are some of the other ones that we had talked about.
Sorry, Nicole, I spoke over you. We also eliminated the prohibition on the driveway going through the side yard.
Right. Driveways can be up to the property line. There is a section in the beginning part of the neighborhood districts where it states that driveways are prohibited in a side yard setback, and that's, not something that's, a form in Billings. Many driveways are up to or very close to a side property line, particularly where they go to a side load garage or a back load garage. So we're also going to amend that part of the end district requirements.
Do you want me to give it back?
Okay.
Okay, let's see if we can do this.
Okay. Let me see if I can share again. Or not.
Councilor Turek, I'm just going to ask us to hold our questions until the end of the presentation, and then we'll have lots, I'm sure.
Okay. Hold on. I have to reset the presentation before I share it again. Hold on. Oops. Current slide. Okay. Okay. Oops. And let's go back. Okay. I think we've covered everything here on this, but we are busily working on both the N district revisions targeted for existing versus new. And preliminarily, we've decided the difference between the two, how do you know if you're existing or new, is the date of adoption of the 1972 code. Everything on and after that date would be quote unquote new, and everything before that would be existing for implementation or use of flexibility in implementing those urban form requirements. So it gives predictability for infill. It sustains and respects the fabric of existing neighborhoods while allowing new neighborhoods built to these neighborhood standards for N2 or N1 even to go forward using modern techniques and modern building styles and designs. The other council direction, which we have made this change in the code, is to allow a 3-second hold time for each static message. And so that change has been done to section 27-1400. There have been a lot of emails that have been forwarded or copied to planning staff in the last 2 weeks. When Councilmember Ewald said there's only one more workday to this week, I'll remind you that staff diligently works on this regardless of the day of the week, whether it's a weekend, it's at night, or when it needs to get done, it will get done in the time allowed. So we will work our darndest to make sure that all of these proposed revisions, all of the answers and clarifications to emails that are forwarded to us or sent to us, we will get back to you in time so that you can review those and look at those and see if there's any further council action needed on those comments or concerns. There were several received this afternoon, which I have not had a chance to get to yet, and those concern bars, taverns, and casinos. Monica Plecker and I did 2 presentations last winter in January and February, to the Restaurant Association and the Bar and Tavern Owners Association on the proposed casino requirements in the code. And we did not hear back from those groups, either as individuals or as a group, in the last several months. And I've spent some time today already clarifying separations. It doesn't include all schools. It's only primary and secondary schools. It doesn't include trade schools, vocational schools. It doesn't include hospitals or group living homes. It doesn't, so there's a lot of clarification and assistance I will be providing through those emails and answers to clarifying those questions. But this is the extent of our staff presentation for today. And I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth and Nicole. Could you just go back, Nicole, to this distinction of 1972? I'm a little fuzzy about how that's applied. Is it that's a defining point for certain standards, or literally construction that occurred before 1972 is subject to the, call it the old style rules, and anything after 1972 that is considered new? Can you just again explain that dividing point and how that's defined?
Well, essentially, when the new code was adopted in 1972, the city was also starting to allow new subdivisions and new developments without provision of alleys. Before that, that was a requirement of the city site development code, subdivision regulations, and the zoning that was prior to 1972 was all based on those city development standards and codes. So when we adopted this code in 1972, we generally said, okay, we're done with that. Let's try this new thing. And so the new thing was lot area based, was very much a lower density overall, and the city stopped requiring alleys to be installed. So that was kind of the change point. So our flexibility plan here is, we tried to figure out it a couple of different ways, but it made more sense to just say a date certain. So everything before was a different style, and everything after was this new style, new development. So the lots tended to be bigger. The houses, or 2-unit structures especially, tended to be wider and have a driveway off the street and didn't have access off an alley. So we could certainly set the decision point or criteria at a different time, but that seemed to be the time when things really started to change development style-wise in Billings.
Okay, maybe I'm just being thick here, but give me an example. How does that 1972 point affect or not affect a house built in a neighborhood developed in 10 years later?
A house or a two, well, see, what we're talking about for the flexibility plan really relates more to the 2-unit structures. Okay, so that's the basis for this. So, I can't point to a specific example right off the top of my head, but you see more of it as that housing type became more popular, that you had the garages had a shared common wall, and then the dwelling units were on either end of it. So
yeah, and I don't need to get into the design difference. I understand there's important design differences there. I just don't understand how these two different standards, when one will apply versus when the other will apply. What's the dividing line?
Okay, the dividing line would be that date in 1972, and it would apply to vacant lots in subdivisions, amended subdivisions, certificates of survey, or master site plans approved on or after May 3rd, 1972.
Okay, thank you very much. So a subdivision or certificate of survey, whatever the basic planning document approved before or after 1972. Thank you.
Right. So
questions now. Councilmember Purington. She had her hand up first. I apologize.
Thank you. So, Nicole, I understand that this is primarily just dealing with the duplexes. So there was some concern, I think, from some of the builders that they are in N3s, but you're saying that there will not be any duplexes in N3s with
that's correct.
Code. And
right,
what is
what?
The rationale for that?
Well, the rationale was that when we talked with neighborhood task forces, Heights, West End, Central Terry, Pioneer, McKinley, North Park, there was a concern that they wanted to have at least one zone district in the new code that was for single family uses only. We did add a special review you could do in an N3 to add an accessory dwelling unit, but that is what the Urban Issues Working Group and the steering committee felt was appropriate. So the N3 zone district replaced most residential 9600 zone, which is a single family only zone district. It replaced the R7R, which is a restricted single family district, and the R6R, also restricted to single family. So there was an expectation, particularly in those zone districts, that the new zone or the updated zone for that would be single family only.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So I think I had sent you an email earlier also about, and I would imagine that they would be in the N2 district, someone building a garage, attached or detached, and they're building a space for an apartment above the garage or living space above the garage.
Right.
If they're attached, they wouldn't be an ADU. If they're detached, they would be an ADU.
No, ADUs can be either attached or detached.
So an apartment above a garage, is that not something that would be applicable in any of these N districts?
Well, in the N district, every dwelling unit has to be detached from any other dwelling unit, and it has to have at least 65 feet of street frontage for each principal structure. So if you have 130 feet of street frontage, you can have 2 individual detached structures, homes on the property. Just like the current code, if you have twice the amount of lot area required in a single family zone district, you could have 2 single family detached units on that lot. So we've traded out lot area for street frontage.
So I'm not sure that if that answered the question though about a garage.
It could be above a garage, as long as the area of the dwelling unit that's above that garage has at least that much square footage for living area as it does for storage area, the garage. It has to be at least 50-50.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I saw some other hands. Other questions for Nicole or Elizabeth? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Nicole. I just wanted to make sure I understand it right. If I have some property in the county that I want to bring into the city and I bring in under 10 acres, I can build all in 3 homes. Is that correct?
You can choose one zone district. That is correct.
Okay. But let's say I bring in 20 acres, then I'm required to have 2 districts in there. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
But I didn't see any minimums in there or maximums on the percentage. Did we?
Right. We're proposing to keep a 20% minimum on the secondary zone district.
Okay.
So if you're a pick 2 and you can do 2% of the net as open space, you can do 20% of the net as one district, and then 78% of the net as another district. And that would meet the proposed revisions to the PND.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. So in the PND, that 20% of N2s could all be duplexes.
They could, or they could be single family.
But that would be the only way you can build a duplex in modern building time. Otherwise, duplexes are null and void. As far as expansion, bringing land in from the county into the city.
Right. I mean, you would use the flexible standards that we're devising for the N2 zone districts for 2-unit buildings, and you can use those in the P&D. You can also use the other character requirements if you want to. It's not, you don't have to use one set or another. It's just they were saying that if you are doing a new development, here's the flex standards you would have to meet for those 2-unit buildings.
Follow up, Mayor. The point I'm trying to make is duplexes, even though some people hate them, there's a lot of people that love them because older people, they want to retire. They buy a duplex, they live in one half and rent the other half out to get some income. There's a lot of duplexes built in this city every year. And so this would put it to a minimum of 20% of any new construction coming into the city from the county. That would be the most that could be built.
It's the 20% is a minimum. They could always do a 50-50 split. They could do 50% N3 and 50%, or 48% N3 and 50% N2 and then 2% open space. The key here is to set some minimum, but allow the flexibility to happen in the planned neighborhood development process.
All righty, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Nicole? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I had questions regarding the 1972 as well. I'm just not sure how people are going to know whether they're under the new or old style, but I suppose we'll hear more about that later. Same thing on the P&Ds. I think it was last time you said there was going to be no minimums, pick 2, and then we heard it was changed to pick 3, and now there's a pick 2 20% minimum. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct. One of the development districts has to be at least 20% of the net.
So if I'm a developer who brings in and just build single family homes, and I'm bringing 40 acres in to build, I have to then go find someone to build duplexes or something else for me.
No.
So what's the 20% then?
20% would have to be a different zone district than your major or the majority of your zone district choice. The N2 and the N1 districts allow single family dwellings. They just have different street frontage requirements than the N3, and they have less allowance for garage openings on the front, that sort of thing. So the flex standards will be important for those who are going to or intend to build 2-unit structures, but it won't prevent a builder from building single-family homes. The key here is to give the flexibility to have an option to do a 2-unit structure or to do a smaller lot, because those other districts have lot choices or ranges of lots that will be smaller than the N3 zone district.
I see. So what they'll say is really they'll still build their single family homes, but they're going to be building some large ones, some small ones throughout the whole project, or can they segregate it off to a section, or does it have to be mixed within the neighborhood?
No, it would be a distinct district, a geographic area, as designated on the plan neighborhood development. There'll be a master site plan that's approved as part of that zone change that will show those underlying districts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I got it, but I just want to clarify with Nicole. So if a developer comes in and say they're bringing in 40 acres and they do 78% of it as absolutely single family, they do 20% as say an N3 duplex, whatever, doesn't mean they have to build the duplexes. It means they're going to have larger lots for single family homes if they want to do that, right? But there's just shown that they can do duplexes down the road if they choose.
Right. So there are many new developments on the West End that have everything from residential 5,000, residential 6,000, residential 7,000. And what those zones did for those developers was allow them to vary the lot sizes lower than what's required in R96. The N3 and the N2 and the N1 basically says we're not going to put a minimum lot area on you anymore, but we're going to allow you to vary the lot width based on, what you're building for, who you're building for. So you can still respond to the market as demand allows, whether that's a 2-unit building or just a single unit building, but at least 20% of that area could have a 2-unit option if that's the way the developer wants to go.
So,
but he doesn't have to.
So follow up, Mayor?
Please.
So these PNDs really, when you say for stability, when people go and buy a house in an N1 single family, that's all it is. There's no chance there's going to be a duplex come in later on like we have now, correct? That seems to be a big thing that comes up every time somebody wants to do a duplex. There's this big to-do that they don't want it there.
Right.
So with these, there really is no come in for special reviews or change code or whatever. It was plotted that way. That's the way it's going to be. And if it's okay for duplexes, there's no question that they can build a duplex there down the road if they choose.
Right. They do have to give it the required street frontage for a 2-unit building now.
So when people buy a house, they know what they're getting in that neighborhood.
Right. Now, the N1 district, if you've got a lot that has 50 feet of frontage in an N1 district, you could have a 2-unit building, but it has to follow those form requirements for a 2-unit building. So I'm not sure why that is, why there's so much pushback on 2-unit buildings, other than we've done some really nice ones and we've done some that are not so nice. So this is kind of setting the floor for new 2 units.
You bet. Well, I got a comment that I like the plan. I like the 20% much better. And I think it just really adds to stability. People know what they're getting when they buy a house. I really do appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions or comments? Well, I apologize. We kind of went over past break time. Time got away when you're having fun, So let's take a break at 7:46. If we come back at 7:55, it'd be 9 minutes. If we can all get back together before then, all the better. So no later than 7:55. We'll see you again. See you in a bit. But if it's statutory, then maybe it's something we can change this session.
Yeah.
So then you could be a snowbird and go down to Phoenix and spend the winter and just get on. That doesn't make much sense to me. You got to be here if you want to be a city council person.
I suspect the 11 of you don't all have the same opinions about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. So we'll need to work through those things. That's why we love getting to do what we get to do.
I think if you go down there for a couple of weeks, that's one thing. It's a totally different thing if you go down there for 6 months.
Frank, how do you know I'm not down there now?
I'm sitting in
Roy's
Glen
pretty
right now.
crafty. He's got a picture of the council chambers behind him.
That's right. He's a
Green screen.
And if I have to, I'll take a picture of all the other council members to make it look like I'm sitting right next to him.
The Russians will help you with that.
Yeah, right.
I know with these people dealing with the recode, they want to be in City Hall. They want to line up, so to speak. And it's really hard for them to do that on Zoom. So I would appreciate in person.
Okay, it's 7:56. Are we all back together again? If you're a council member, you can turn on your video just so we know you're with us. That would be great. Looks like we have all the council members back. So we will reconvene. Welcome back. Continue our questions for Nicole or other staff. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. The Heights was all in the county until sometime in the 80s. So they weren't under the 72 jurisdiction of the city. So does that mean the whole Heights, NEN2 and the Heights will be on the new?
I think most of it will, but it applies to subdivision lots or amended subdivision lots or certificates of survey or even a master site plan that was approved after May 3rd, 1972. So a lot of it was platted in the county, like Lake Hills was platted in 1957, but a lot of that has been amended since 1957. So most of it will be under the new flex plan requirements for 2-unit structures. So, that's a safe estimation. I'll have to look at the era of those plats, but a lot of them were after 1972. Most of the building was done after 1985 when it was annexed.
But Nicole, just to make sure I understand that correctly, if it was platted, even if it was platted in the city after 1970, or I'm sorry, in the county after 1972, it's still considered the older requirements, correct? Regardless of the city county, we had the unified zoning code, so it doesn't matter whether it was city or county.
Right. The county had identical zoning in 1973 for most of the Heights. So they had all of the same zoning districts that the city had. They just came about, a year later.
Okay, so the jurisdiction that approved the certificate of survey or plat doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions?
Follow-up question, Mayor?
Sure.
I got to acknowledge you guys have come a long ways on changing some of your qualifications or parameters for the N2s, but like the 40% still does not allow a 16-foot garage door, which makes it kind of tight for 2 vehicles because that only gives you a 14-foot garage door.
What width of structure?
Pardon?
What width of structure are you talking about?
Well, if you're going to do it the 80-foot, you could only have a 36-foot wide unit, and a 4-foot lap with the 20-foot garage would give you your 80 feet then across the front. And that would
so each would get a 16-foot door
on a 36-foot house.
Well, you'd have to go to 80-foot. So 40 and 40 for each side.
I'm talking about a duplex.
That's what I'm talking about too.
But you can't for the front facade, if you only got a 40% coverage, that's only 14-foot lap on the front of the house, right?
So you're talking 72-foot total width of the structure?
No, I'm going with an 80-foot total width, but the garage has got to stick past 4 feet to be able to get that done, to get your garage and still have your front facade of your duplex.
We only count the opening, not the space of the garage.
Okay.
So the door is a 16-foot overhead door for each unit is allowed.
Okay, let me see if I understand this then. So you could put up 2 40-foot wide duplexes side by side with a 20-foot garage door lining up on the side, on the outside of the duplex, and so there'd be 20 foot exposed on the front facade on each duplex with windows and door.
We only count the garage door opening towards the 40%. And 40% of 80 is 32 feet. So the garage door opening could be 16 foot wide. You could add 2 feet or 4 feet or however many feet on either side of that garage door. We don't count that. It's the opening itself.
Okay. Thank you. I'm still a little confused on that, but
okay. I'll work on it.
Yeah, there's no limitation on the actual garage width, only what it looks like, namely the door.
Right.
So you could put in a big giant boat there if you can squeeze it in and make a wide garage, I guess. Councilmember Purington.
Right now, because I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this about the duplex thing. I know there's been some concern about duplexes, and I'm just trying to. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Nicole, since we're talking about garages, maybe you could just kind of give us the overview about access to the garage. I know I get very confused, but as I understand, N1 and N2 still require either alley entrance or a front entrance, but a side access. Is that correct? And
okay,
is there adequate space now that you've gotten rid of the 5-foot setback on the side?
Right. So the N1 or N2 zone district that we're proposing some flex standards here. Each of those districts allows front access, but there is an order of priority. If you have an alley, you should access your garage from the alley. If you don't have an alley, but you have a side street, you should access from the side street. If you only have access through the front of the lot, then you can certainly put in a driveway off the front street. In the N1, it's proposed to limit that percentage of garage door opening to 30% of the width of the structure. In N2, we're proposing that the width of that opening is only 40% of the width of the structure that faces the front. So that's the way that we're going to revise those sections. If it's not clear already, we're going to make it very clear that that's how that will work. And also, most everything that's zoned N1 now is a fully developed neighborhood, like the one behind me in this picture. And you'll notice there might be one driveway out to the street. So most of these homes have access from the alley for their car parking. And that's the fabric and neighborhood character that these, access limitations were designed for. So moving forward, if a developer wants to plat an alley and use the garage access off the alley, I've had one called me last week and said he was going to look at one of his existing platted blocks and see if he could do that. Start figuring out the new code, the N2 or the N1 district, to do some rear-loaded garage, alley-loaded garages for duplexes for 2-unit buildings. So I hope that answers your question about where access can be from. Now, in the N3 district, we're not expecting that any of those zone districts, N3, would have an alley for access. They could, and they could certainly pull access for garage off the alley, but it's expected that the access for vehicles would be from the street through a driveway.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington.
So not knowing these widths, Nicole, does that not allow a double car garage with a duplex? Because I know there's some builders that are doing that.
It does allow a 2-car garage with a duplex. Now in the N1 district, you would have to make sure that your duplex is wide enough to make that happen.
Correct.
It's gonna, it'll just take working through the math, so to speak, to get it right.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor. So whenever you said should, you should do this, you should do that. Does that mean that's what you do? Using that verb, I'm just trying to verify that is the regulation whenever it says should.
Right. So for existing development, that's a subdivision or lot created before 1972. The urban form requirements were built on that type of neighborhood character. And any infill lot in those existing neighborhoods would use alley access for vehicles.
Okay.
Because most of those have alleys. I've looked at the map over the last 2 weeks, and all of those N1 districts have alleys. Not all of the N2 districts have alleys. The N2 districts generally have, it's maybe half and half. Half of them have alleys where vehicle access is taken, and a lot of them don't. A lot of them in the Heights don't. A lot of them on, past 24th Street West don't have alleys that were platted with those subdivisions. So we're going to clarify that your driveway and your vehicle access order of priority is, if you have an alley, take your vehicle access from the alley. If you don't have an alley, but you have a side street, take it from the side. If you don't have either, and you only have a front for access for your vehicle, then do a driveway.
So I think that's what I'm getting to, is that you're saying that is the requirement now. The alley comes first. If you have an alley, you have to do the alley load. If you don't have an alley, but you have the side, you have to do the side. If not, then you have to do it from the street.
Right.
Okay. And so, Mayor, just one more quick follow-up. With the builder that you were saying that he was thinking about doing, well, maybe I'll do an alley. And so some of the builders that I've talked with, they say that basically doubles the price of the street because you're building another street. And so I'm glad that there isn't a requirement that you have to have that alley, because that is additional cost that the buyer would have to absorb.
Right. I will tell you that just based on urban design or the way that lots are designed, when you have an alley load, you can get twice as many units on the same length of street if you have an alley load garage, and using the lot width requirements in the proposed new code.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese had a sign up, and Councilmember Ewald. Let's try to move on to a public hearing. I'm sure there are people who want to weigh in. So, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And Nicole, I apologize because my phone was dying and I had to turn off camera for a minute while you were talking about these alleys. So I just want to be clear. If a developer brings in 40 acres and, 20% has to be N1, N2, does either N1 or N2 require the developer to put in alleys? Or is that an alley their option in new development coming to the city?
The alley is an option.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
That's it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Back to Councilmember Ewald.
Okay, so here, 3 years ago, we decided we'd start plowing residential streets so people could get out to the arterials. Are they going to start plowing alleys then, if that's going to be a requirement now that you have to have your entrance from an alley on a duplex?
I don't think so. I have vehicle access off an alley and nobody plows my alley. Okay. It seems to be passable most of the time, particularly since trash pickup goes through there as well.
They're quitting that now too, though, so.
Well, they're not doing the bigger cans in the alley. But if they're going to start giving out individual 90-gallon cans, they'll still be picked up from the alley.
Okay, I got one more question, Mayor. Are we open to everything on the recode right now, or is just in districts?
No, I think everything is fair game.
Okay, something came up at our meeting Wednesday night, and I've thought about it before too, but a bar that's been in existence for 70 years, they were out in the middle of the prairie on a gravel road. They've been encroached on by residential construction. And so now with this new recode, that makes them non-conforming. And if, God forbid, they have a kitchen fire and they're 50% destroyed, they are now non-existent. They did not encroach on the residents encroached on them. And I think somebody wrote in one of the emails today that you have to have 600 feet distance between from churches if you want to build a casino, but a church can build right next door to a casino and there's no restrictions. So later on, will that become an issue where they're too close to a church? I think we might need to look at something that, if it's been around that long, and they've been encroached on by residents, that it's not their fault. We should have a special, like a grandfather clause for them, not non-conforming, but a grandfather clause where if they burn down, they can still build on that same spot. Would that be a possibility?
I've never heard of that before. We certainly have churches that have moved in after casinos have been approved by the city council, sometimes within months. I don't know why they choose to do that, other than the fact that they want to be close to that location. I mean, it doesn't happen every time, but it happens more often than you would think. But we don't. That location was already approved through the city council action, but it is non-conforming to the 600-foot separation. If another or a reason would trigger a new special review, we would require that applicant to request a waiver of the 600-foot, regardless of when that school, church, or public park with a playground was established after they were originally approved.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. And just to clarify, just because a church or 10 churches move in and surround a casino, the casino's zoning status has not changed. It is still a conforming use. It's only if they make the choice to do something that requires that new zoning decision. Is that correct?
Correct. Under the proposed new code, though, if something were to happen to the location, the casino or bar, it's destroyed for whatever reason by more than 50%, it could not be reestablished unless it could meet those code requirements at the time of destruction.
Even if it was conforming at the time of destruction?
It's because this new code is proposing these are non-waiverable separation distances. Not, so everything that's established before now may or may not be conforming to the existing code. Even if it has 10 churches around it, we would consider it to be, if it burned down, then we'd have to think about whether or not we want to make them do a special review and get a waiver of that 600-foot separation. So it's a crafting of the legal non-conforming section of the code. So for example, if I have a 4-unit building in a zone district that doesn't allow 4-unit buildings, but because it's residential, the code for non-conforming structures for residential use, they don't need to come back and get a variance or any special exception to the rules to rebuild that 4-unit building, even though it's non-conforming to the zone district where it's located. So we didn't write that in for existing bars or casinos that will now not be conforming to the required and unwaiverable separation distances for churches, schools, public parks with playgrounds, or for casinos, the 350-foot from the building to a residential zone.
Okay, so the creation of those churches, schools, parks, whatever, could have the effect later of making a currently conforming casino a non-conforming use.
Well, hopefully, if it's currently conforming, it meets those hard separation distances for new ones.
Yes, and that's what I'm assuming. It will, tomorrow, if this is passed, it's fine, but because of changes by its neighbors, it would become at risk. You're saying that is the case, correct?
It could be.
Okay, thank you. I saw a lot of hands up. Councilmember Brown first, I think.
I think that's a very valid question, Nicole. What's the solution for that? To make it so that they could request a variance, or, because I mean, I got to admit, I agree. If that bar's been out there for 50 years and they own the property and they were encroached on and the church decided to build there, now they're going to be out of business. I mean, that seems a little harsh. And I'm just asking, is there a solution to that?
I believe I'm going to defer to my consultant colleague, Elizabeth Garvin. I think she has a solution for that, just like we did for the residential use example I just gave you. Now, there are casinos that have already received waivers of the 600-foot separation distance, whether that was for a church or a school or park with a public playground. Those are certainly of record. Those that predate any special review requirement, like the 1957 bar that was out in the wheat field in or what have you, an apple orchard on 10th and Grand, and then all of a sudden 10th and Grand got built up around them. I'm not sure what direction we'd go there, but I'm going to defer to Elizabeth on this question.
Elizabeth.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Brown, yes, we could draft, in my head, we would draft something procedurally that would allow an applicant, a current bar or casino owner, to come prove to the city that they predated the uses that moved to them. So we wouldn't create, I don't think we would create an absolute grandfathering, but we would say, here's how you can come talk to us about what's going on. If that is something the council would like to see, that is something that we can draft for you.
And so Mayor, What's our process tonight to recommend to city staff that we look at something like that and actually draft something like that? Do we need to make separate motions or save them all up and everybody try to combine them?
I suspect staff would like as much direction as they can get, as early as they can get it, and as specifically as they can get it. So if there's a broad consensus and staff is comfortable that they have the will of the council, maybe a formal motion's not necessary, and we should give staff that latitude. But if there's any question about that, I would think a motion would be perfectly in order, and I'll defer to staff if they want to comment on what they would like to see here, but that's what I'm thinking. What I would do, should we discuss this a little bit? Councilmember Parrington.
Mr. Welter sent a quite lengthy email this afternoon. I don't know how many of you have read it, but it was also, it had to do with that separation, that it points out the difference of casinos versus the bars and taverns, the 600-foot separation, and also the building to building or the property line to property line. Oh, yeah. So anyway, so I'm just wondering if that's not something that could be looked at in conjunction with a meeting with the Tavern Association to address maybe more than some of those concerns.
Okay, and that might be a slightly different issue than this problem of the church that moves near the casino. But Wyatt?
Yes, I'm here in council. Thanks. I just wanted to comment here. I guess I'm getting concerned again about where we're headed with this, with the casino, with these requirements. I feel like if we're going down the road that the council's talking about here, we're going to be reversing back a variety of things that the council previously had said they wanted to have in place, which are the hard separations. There's going to be some things that are not going to be conforming forever and are not going to be able to fit in everywhere that they are. I mean, that's the whole idea of how things are going to change over time. And some of these, casinos that exist now can stay where they are indefinitely, unless, we've just talked about there's something catastrophic, or if they decide to shut and move. The whole idea was to address their proximity to residential and other uses, and to gradually have them, either stay where they are indefinitely, or if they move, they would move to other parts of the city. And this has been discussed. And I mean, we've gotten a lot of feedback from the community and from this council on what you're looking for. So I don't want to seem like I'm, sort of the negative here, but this is concerning, because if you're going to go back and start changing all this, you're going to slowly erode and lose the whole purpose of what you said you wanted with the casinos in this community. So just wanted to put that in here, because I feel like that's where you're headed with some of this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think of my years on council, special reviews have been some of the hardest things that had to be decided. I could remember quite well a casino that was approved that's out close to a middle school on the West End that created a tremendous amount of public comment. I understand that there are owners of businesses who have concerns about this, but I also know residents who live right behind these businesses who have concerns about public safety. And I'm talking about the guy with a mask who robbed the casino, jumped over the fence, and tried to hide in someone's backyard while the cops were looking for him. Those kinds of things do happen in this town. So I would just like to remind people that some of this concern about separations impacts people who live close to those businesses. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Neese and Ronning.
Yeah, Mayor, if I could, I'd just like to call for a straw poll to see who would like to see that happen, so we can move on without a bunch more discussion.
Okay.
That's okay with everybody?
Yeah, let's do this informally. I'll make we won't call this a motion, but how many people would think this has merit and would like to see some further discussion by staff, consideration of some sort of change that might address the situation where a business or a church or something else a school moves to an existing casino or bar or restaurant that would make that non-conforming? How many want to see something done on that, or at least given that consideration? Then I'll ask how many do not, and just want to move ahead as we are. So first, how many would like to see something considered in that to address that issue? I guess I'm putting myself in it just because I recognize churches kind of come and go, for example. So you've got Boyette, Cole, Yakowicz, Purington, Ewalt, Brown. That's 6. How many are satisfied with what we've got now? And that's not a big issue. Council members Joy, Ronning, Tricky, and Councilmember Neese, did you vote one way or the other?
No, I've not voted in the straw poll.
Okay. It's not required. This is a straw poll, I guess. I see a narrow majority count or staff. Would it be okay to leave this, that we would ask staff to give that some thought and come back to us with what might be a possibility? Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Neese, and then Ronnie.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that staff, based on the straw polls, knows what to do. But my concern about that whole process is, on one hand, I understand the businesses and what they're facing. On the other hand, the neighbors and stuff want something. They want us to change. They want the neighbors to change. They want to see, like what I said, this is going to take some time over, 10, 15, 20 years to change where we don't have casinos in some of these neighborhoods. But my concern would be is if we're going to have the rule that a casino can't be 600 feet within a church or whatever the distance is for residents and playgrounds and schools, then I think the same needs to go back to prevent these things from happening to them in the future. Is churches cannot relocate within 600 feet. Schools can't be, relocate their playgrounds can't be located. When we talked about, and why this has been used so much in this whole recode, is businesses want predictability. How can a business be predictable if they say, well, this is the area that the city says we can set up casinos, but then a church moves in next door and they have a fire and suddenly they can't, to run their business anymore. So there's no predictability there when something like that happens. So, I think that if we're going to have a rule for casinos in that business, then I think that we should protect them in that sense of giving them predictability to not allowing someone to move in. So I guess that's what else.
Thank you. I think one way to accomplish that would potentially have a rule. Say a church can locate right next to the casino if they want, but by doing so, they are waiving their right to object at a later point to their location, making that casino non-conforming. They've made the decision to locate to that location, and it can't be used at the casino at a later time. But that way they still have the flexibility, but they're waiving that issue. And
go back to the rule, go back to the rule that you're talking about. You want to put in place. It would have to be incorporated in something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion on that for Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So I know that since my time on City Council, one of the biggest issues that I consistently hear about is the public displeasure with the casinos and the number of casinos that we have in Billings. And so I think that if we're going to have this discussion, that we need to take into account all of the public comments that have come in throughout the years and with the growth policy, because this community is just as much a part of the idea of the neighborhood and the residents that live here as it is a business owner. I don't think a business owner has a greater right to determine what the city of Billings looks like or how it feels than our residents. I think that there shouldn't be a greater right there. But but I was going to comment on one of the things that Roy said also. All of that said, I don't think it's fair to a business owner that that has to conform to a certain policy gets negated in some way, shape, or form by a business that doesn't have to conform to a policy. For example, a church. And while churches are non-exempt, they're definitely businesses. And they operate on funding and transactions as well. So I do think that they should be held to that accountability, that if they are moving next to a business or near a business that has strict policies, then they either have to do the waiver, just like what Mayor Cole was saying, or they have to conform and understand that they have to move in a certain distance away from that business. But that would be my recommendation or suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Wyeth has his hand up.
Yes, Mayor and Council. So I guess I need some clarity here. So now you're talking about regulating not just the casinos, but schools, churches, and residential areas that might locate near casinos. Now they have to also be checked and abide by those separations. I mean, I need some clarification because that's not workable. So just clarity, please, on that.
Well, that was one option. It's sort of whoever gets there first wins and keeps out the other, which I agree is not workable. What I was proposing is you can move anywhere you want, but if you moved within that separation zone, that distance is not something that can be used to make the first use non-conforming. But you can move wherever you want. That's just the choice you make. You know, if you're moving, the legal concept is you're moving to a nuisance. And if you move to a nuisance, that was the choice you made. That's the concept. I'm sure there's a lot of devils in that detail, but that's just an idea. Councilmember Tricky. And then we're going to have to move on. I'm sure there's other things, but Councilmember.
I would just add a footnote to that it should be, if you do that specific waiver, it should be to that specific property and not to other casinos or whatever that might move into that area.
Absolutely.
The other thing I was going to say is that we are getting really, really close to what is worrying me about this whole thing, this whole extended process. And that is that if we open up this can of worms about casinos, that we're going to have a whole bunch of people starting to come in and talk about, you know, we should be doing stricter things with casinos. We shouldn't allow casinos at all. I mean, it's one thing when you're talking about how a neighborhood looks. That's a detail that most people won't really pay attention to. But once you start talking about casinos, that's starting to push buttons. And that is what I was alluding to originally, Sean, when I was first talking about all this thing. That's what is worrying me about this extended process, that we start opening up cans of worms that are going to be very, very hard to close.
Sure, thank you. Other discussion on this topic, Chris Kukulski.
And I guess I'd ask I don't know if our planning consultant is still with us. She may have some advice. At a very high level, I'd remind you, some communities choose to separate, so they have these separation distance issues. Other communities choose to segregate. This type of business needs to be in this part of town. There are strengths and weaknesses to both, but just be conscientious as you debate now some changes. And I am concerned, as Wyeth has expressed, and as I've heard in my few years with the council, a lot of strong language about changes in the gaming industry and its location. And now in the last minute, maybe making a change here that I'm not really sure what to do with as a staff, honestly. I saw 6 hands go up, but 6 hands for what? Please be clear about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
I simply as Elizabeth said, there may be a way that we can write into exactly like we do with residential. When something burns down, whatever, then they don't have to do all the rigmarole because something else has changed. I'm not talking about if neighborhoods don't want them, if anybody doesn't want a bar or casino in their neighborhood. What I'm talking about is simply because a church decided to move in next door, nobody else has an issue, but they burned down, they can't build back in there again because that church moved in after they've already been there. If there's all kinds of, if nobody wants the darn thing back there, then it would make sense that during that review, that's going to come out. And that probably isn't going to be put back there. My concern literally is that a business can be forced out of an area because a church or school or whatever built next to that or within that 600-foot distance. And now, regardless of whether it's an asset to the neighborhood or not, they can't build back. That's my concern. So my direction would be to look at Elizabeth's suggestion that we can write some language that would reduce that from happening, at least offer a review in those specific situations. I'm not saying review every 600-foot distance. I'm literally, like she said, they need to come and prove that they were there first kind of thing and the neighborhood agrees that they're good and all of that. So there's more warrant for them to be there than people wanting them to leave. That's my concern.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is a request that staff come back with something.
Well, no, exactly what Elizabeth said, that language that would allow for the property owner to bring the proof or whatever that they should have the right to rebuild there regardless of the fact that there's a church or whatever within 600 feet because they were there first and the neighborhood, everybody else is fine with it.
Okay.
That's the language I'm looking for.
Okay, Elizabeth?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Brown. Building on what Nicole was saying as we started down this path, I think we would work with City Attorney's Office and see if we can build this into something similar to a special review, because that's essentially the kind of consideration that you're thinking about, and it's a process that you're familiar with. So I would suggest that I work with staff to start along those lines to do this very limited process and bring it back to you and see if we've just hit this place of the person who pre-existed, or as the mayor said, others coming to the nuisance. And that's all, nothing bigger and nothing more extreme than that.
And literally, I would suggest that, like you said, they bring the value of it. They prove to us that they warrant being there. And if the public says no, then they're probably not going to win that.
Okay, sort of a waiver or a special review process. Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think that, I think it will have to definitely involve the city attorney's office, because there are probably casinos in places where the church was there first, but at the time that the casino was put there, it was legally conforming. And so how are you not going to be just grandfathering every casino in? So I wait in anticipation to your threading the needle on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald and Councilmember Purington.
Like Sean was saying, these people were there first, and if like the one I'm talking about, they were there for 7 years, and the residents encroached on them. So now the residents say, well, the bar has a kitchen fire, and the residents say, we don't want you there anymore. So this person's life savings and life earnings are gone because somebody doesn't want it, and they've been there when they were out in the field on a gravel road and nobody was around them and people encroached on them, and now they send them to a poorhouse because they had all their life savings tied up in it, and that's how they made their living. I just can't see stealing that from somebody for that reason.
Okay, thank you. And I can see legal is going to have to come up with some factors that can at least be mentioned. Like, how long has that business been there? How much money have they had invested? Conversely, how long has the church been there? Maybe they've, been there all but 1 day difference. Maybe the church has invested millions of dollars and the casino is hanging out by a shoestring. All those things are factors, I suppose. I will go to Councilmember Brown, but I'd recognize Councilmember Purington first. Councilmember Purington and Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think with a lot of these things, and Wyeth, I do not believe that we're here to rewrite the code and start from the beginning. But yet, in all of our discussions, we have not heard any of the unintended consequences from some of these different zones that are going in. And I don't know if those have been addressed, because we talk about, without going into a large discussion, and just sticking with the bars and casinos at this point right here, casinos are legal in Montana. So to say people don't want them, well, they're legal. So now you're going to have to come up with the same type of codes, if you will, because recreational marijuana is also supposedly legal at this point. Hasn't gone through the state legislature yet. And as I mentioned in one of my emails, I'm not sure when that's going to happen and the procedure for that. So, it's going to be the same thing. And you may have a lot more people that are a lot more upset about pot shops going in than you are a casino. So I'm just saying that we are not trying to rewrite, but I think that there are businesses, casinos being one, they bring a lot of money into Billings. And, if it seems like they're the bad boys of Billings. And I'm not saying that. I'm not a casino person, but I just appreciate free enterprise and what business owners do. So, and that's what I support here. And I think that's what my biggest goal is to know that, there is an enterprise out there, and, to overregulate them so that you can get rid of them. One of the unintended consequences could be legal ramifications. And so I don't know if legal ramifications have been part of your unintended consequences in conversation, but I just see that could be an issue.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. You guys are kind of cutting in and out on me, so I'm sorry if I don't respond. I want to make it clear that my initiative or my thought was strictly for separation between schools, churches, not the neighborhood separations, not any of that. Strictly those limitations for schools and churches, those types of separations. That's all I'm interested in looking at.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on? Have we clarified this enough? If so, I'm going to open it up to, or not restrict you. If you want to keep talking about this, go ahead. But if you want to move on, please do. A reminder, we still have not had a public hearing, guys. I suggest we move to a public hearing. Any objection to that before we do? Quickly, Councilmember Neese.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm on mute, yeah. Just wanted to clarify Nicole's comments earlier about red line document. She said she'll have an exhibit, I think she called it C, along with exhibit B. There must be exhibit A, I'll have to look for that. But does that mean we're not going to get a red line copy of what the actual code is going to look like as the final code before we vote on it?
Or will that be available on special request, Nicole? Nicole?
The Exhibit C is just the substantive changes or revisions to Exhibit A, which is what was attached to the ordinance and staff report on November 9th.
The 400 pages plus
Right,
pages?
right.
Okay.
So Exhibit C is just going to pull the pages and sections out of that code and show you where those revisions are in crossouts and underlines for new language.
But can I just go to Exhibit A and go to that section and look to see the change?
Well, we could do that, but that means that I'd have to create two new exhibits, one new Exhibit A and one new Exhibit C that has the changes separate from Exhibit A. Changing that Exhibit A, we could do it, but every time you open up that big document, the editing gets complicated because of the formatting. So for purposes of clarity, to ensure that we're not kind of messing up the format of Exhibit A, we're going to do an Exhibit C. And I can make those pages so that you can separately, so you can insert those into your existing 446-page document in a 3-ring binder, so you can just have that as part of your binder, if
So
that works.
Okay, so the Exhibit C will take a section, the whole section, and then you'll redline what you're not doing anymore, and then underline what you've added.
Yes, exactly.
And so we have to cross-reference Exhibit C to the different sections of Exhibit A.
No, what I would also do is create pages that you can insert into your big document that you already have.
Okay.
In addition to Exhibit C.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, you might have one more question.
Go ahead.
Before, and this is maybe for Brent Brooks, but has the legal department reviewed all pages of this to kind of give their blessing that everything looks good to them, and we're not, because we've heard a lot of people in the emails to us saying we're overreaching, we're kind of limiting some of their what they can do, or with the sign codes, some of what they've spent money on and how they want to give freedom of speech in that respect. So has the legal team reviewed all that and said that the city is not encroaching on any of these rights of the citizens?
Your Honor and Councilmember Neese, the short answer is no, but we have periodically been asked to look at targeted questions. So I would ask that we identify the specific sections that you are concerned about, and we'd be happy to sit down with Wyatt and Nicole, Gina, and I and work through that.
Okay, I'll send you an email afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on then to public hearing. Open that up. This is your opportunity, and we appreciate the public who I'm sure has been watching and participating in this process. This is your time and our opportunity to hear from you. Just a reminder that even if you don't get all your points addressed in 3 minutes, that we do welcome your emails. This is my stack of your emails to date, so we are paying attention to them. Staff certainly is. Do keep your comments to 3 minutes. That number that you should call right now is 237-6196, 237-6196. You'll be put in a queue on the phone. We ask that when your turn comes, make sure you turn off your television or turn it down as well as your television, because our meeting is about a minute ahead and you'll be very confused if you're listening to what's coming across your screen. I ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. That number again, 237-6196. We're here to listen to you and welcome your comments. Denise, do we have any calls to 237-6196?
Yes, Mayor, I have a Josh Benson that's been holding on the line for quite a while. He's been very patient, but it's important for him to be heard tonight. So I will put him on now. Josh Benson at 3112 Falcon Ridge Way. Hello, Josh. Are you there?
I am.
Thank you for your patience. We are ready to hear your public comment.
All right. Well, I want to first of all thank Mayor and Council, including the 32 members of the steering committee, for putting together Recode and participating in that. By and large, I am actually a proponent of it. I think that it will ultimately do good things for Billings. However, there are some far and few in between, but very consequential concerns that I have regarding the Recode. And I won't talk about all of them in 3 minutes, unfortunately, but I do really appreciate the delay in the approval of this thing so that I can have a chance to talk about it with those that are drafting it and, you know, the decision makers, you guys. So the first thing that I want to discuss is the destruction of the property. So we have, you know, I'm an owner of 6 gaming licenses in Billings. As of today, they are all conforming. If Recode were to pass as it is today, many of those properties would be non-conforming and illegal. One of them that I want to talk about is the Guadalajara in the Heights. There's Warden's Legacy Casino up there, and Guadalajara is one of my tenants. In lieu of that property being non-conforming, it'll be grandfathered in. But if that tenant ever created a fire and burned that business down, I would be out millions of dollars. What Recode is proposing to do is to force me into a saturated area with other casinos, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. But I need to just discuss that. I mean, that feels illegal to me. I mean, I don't think that a city can devalue private property of, you know, with just because they don't like casinos. So that was one issue. The other issue is the proposed 300-foot separation rule. In Recode, as you guys probably know by now, that casinos will not be allowed within 350 feet. The exterior of the casino will not be allowed within 350 feet of a residential district. And that sounds good. That sounds okay. But if you look at the proposed map, there's nowhere for casinos to go. They're going to be forced into industrial zones, which there aren't many of. They're going to be forced into community mixed zones, which there aren't many of. And in addition to that, those community mixed use zones, they're inviting churches, they're inviting schools, they're inviting even residents into those districts, which will, you know, create the 600 and the 350 foot, excuse me, the 350 foot separation rule. So it'll be really, really, really tough to find a location that is legal for 132 casinos operating right now in Billings within the city limits. And I had asked Nicole last week for a map that would provide me and us, I guess, a color-coded kind of a sketch of where casinos could go, given where churches are currently located, where schools are currently located, and where, you know, the resident districts are going to be. And I haven't got that map yet, but I think that's going to be really important to look at, because what Recode will do, it won't reduce the number of casinos. And that's where I think people ultimately want to see. But what it's going to do, it's going to take these casinos and it's going to concentrate them into really small spaces of the city. And it's my belief that 10, 15 years from now, you're going to have 3 or 4 areas of the city that are going to have 130 casinos in it. Maybe a little bit less, because there are a few spots that will allow casinos, but not many. And you're going to create these casino zones that will depress that area. And I think that's another unintended consequence that I don't hear being talked about at this point.
Okay, Josh.
Mr. Benson, your time is up, but if you can just wrap up, or are we done?
Those are the 2 big things. I don't think you can devalue private property. And you guys are, I mean, ultimately Recode is going to put all these casinos in very small areas of the city, and it's going to create these Skid Row, if you will, with anything. You can't put all the gas stations or any type of one business in one or two areas of the city. So that's all I had.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll get some comments from the public that I'm sure will want staff to comment on. So staff, Brent, for example, on the legality of this approach or our consultants, I'm sure we'll ask you to comment on that later and what kind of land will or will not be available. But let's get to all of our public hearing comments in first. Next.
Hello, thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes. May I have your name and address, please?
Tom Zerboen, 1747 Wicks Lane. First, early in the meeting, Nicole said she sent me an email today. An hour ago at your break, I checked my email. No, I have no email. Second, Nicole said when we get our individual garbage cans, they'll be picked up in the alley. My neighborhood just got that this month. We are not picked up in the alley. We have beautiful alleys. The garbage truck now drives up and down each and every street twice. Once for the people on one side, once for the people on the other. You can't ask us to take our garbage across the street for one side, as our blocks are a quarter mile long. Ridiculous to pack your garbage can a quarter of a mile so it can be picked up and then go a quarter of a mile to take it home. This seems ridiculously high price, but I'm just a taxpayer who'll have to pay the increase in garbage collection to do this. Lastly, here in the Heights, we have a lot of duplexes on lots that are only 80 or 85 feet wide. You cannot place an 80-foot duplex on an 80-foot lot when the deed restrictions say you have to have 10-foot side clearance. You can't build but 60-foot on an 80-foot lot. A 60-foot building with 40% for garage doors only gives 24, not 32. All of these duplexes on these lots would become immediate non-conforming. What insurance company is going to sell these people insurance on their duplexes that they can't rebuild from a fire that costs 10% of the value? Again, this is another taking. You're not looking at this completely. You're rushing into something that's taken 3.5 years, and you're not looking at all the situations. Across the street from me, I have 60-foot wide lots, and these people have 3-car garages. They have 10 to 15 foot of building. Everything else is a garage on the street front. Is that going to be okay under your new zoning? These are single family, not duplexes. These are huge lots, over 11,000 square feet, but they're real narrow. Some don't even have a door facing the street. Is that going to be okay under your new zoning? You're changing a lot, and you're changing existing things that have been here for decades without any thought. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Doug Wild, 4712 Audubon Way.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
It was Doug.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I had sent an email a while back and wanted to reiterate a couple other points. First, I wanted to, express appreciation to everybody that's been involved in Recode. I think you guys have put a lot of work into it. I'm a home builder and developer, and I was excited to hear Nicole mention earlier about, I guess, for lack of a better term, the variance in new neighborhoods to the N2 district changes. I think that warrants quite a bit. I'm not sure if they're looking at making similar changes to the N1 district qualifications in the new neighborhoods. I think that would also be important. In general, I think that removing what I would call the style guidelines for the N1 and N2 districts in new neighborhoods would make sense. I completely understand why they developed those criterias for, or historic downtown, which I love the character of, and the beautiful picture of the neighborhood behind Nicole, I think is great. And I think we should bolster that character in our town, as well as the mid-century part of town. But as we build new neighborhoods, to try to make them look like the old neighborhoods isn't necessary. So I think removing those style guidelines being, I think the garage width, I think is kind of unnecessary. I think restricting how wide a garage can be isn't something that zoning should really have much to do with. I think restricting number of approaches, placement of approaches, I think is appropriate when it deals with public safety. But I don't think it has much to do with how we're designing and building homes. I think we need to look at what the market drives and what people want to buy. If someone wants a narrow house with a really big garage and a lot of garage doors across the front, I think they should be allowed to build that. I don't think we should restrict that. And likewise with minimum restrictions on percentage of windows and doors on the front of a home. I understand that making those requirements part of our historic and existing neighborhoods makes sense so we can have that uniformity. But in newer neighborhoods that we're developing, I don't think it makes sense to put those restrictions on. Again, wanted to say I appreciate all that you're doing, and I appreciate you as a council taking the time to hear our comments. And I too appreciate this 2-week extension so that we can comb through what's going on here. And I look forward to seeing what changes come of it. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll be given 3 minutes to give us your comment. You might want to mute your television or your computer now. And may I have your name and address, please?
Dennis Benson.
Okay, Dennis, go ahead.
I understand.
Can you mute your television?
Part of.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dennis, and what is your address?
143 Lewis Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening and thank you, everyone. My name is Dennis Benson, and I'm calling to voice concerns regarding Project Recode as it pertains to gaming. My wife, Jessie, and I have been casino owners for approximately 8 years. Prior to that time, we both spent about 75 cumulative years working for the Minnesota Department of Corrections. Not my intention to get into the minutia and details of all the obstacles and roadblocks that Project Recode presents to our industry. I'm here tonight to voice a bigger and overarching concern. Specifically, in my opinion, casinos have been singled out as a business sector that's subjected to regulations that few businesses are confronted with. These regulations are primarily around placement, separation criteria, implications of rebuilding a destroyed casino, and relocating a casino. I believe any regulation without rationale is wrong, possibly illegal, and begins to bump up against our 14th Amendment rights, which includes equal protection under the law. Even bars without gaming are not subject to the same paralyzing separation and setbacks that casinos are subjected to. When I ask locals why are casinos treated so differently than other businesses, no one has given me an answer that is data-driven and factual in nature. I've heard things like casinos are evil, they attract undesirables, they lead to family deterioration, and the list goes on. Near as I can tell, none of this has been quantified. I can truthfully tell you that my customers include nurses, doctors, bankers, lawyers, paralegals, a minister, car dealership owners, retired police officers, correctional officers, business owners, construction workers, postal workers, ranchers, truckers, etc. Many of these folks visit a casino on Saturday and go to church on Sunday. They are not lepers, homeless, criminals, but rather a varied, homogeneous group and cross-section of personality in Billings. Project Recode has finally gotten the attention of casino and bar owners, and we apologize for that, and we own it. As an industry, we only want to be treated fairly and equitably. We want to be heard, and most importantly, we want to be part of the solution, not the problem. In my role in corrections, I spent hundreds of hours being deposed, interacting with legal counsel, prosecutors, and the courts. I have a pretty good sense of appropriate defendable policy, ordinances, and the rule of law. And I appreciate the council's willingness to slow down, make sure your ordinances and recodification will pass the scrutiny of the court and not just satisfy the whims of a few. We know you all have worked very hard, and I've honestly tried to do the right thing. I have deep respect for public servants at every level. It's tough work, and it's God's work. It's not always gratifying. Let's work together to pass good, defendable community codes that pass the rule of law smell test. Thank you very much for your time, listening, and energy for a very, very complex project. And again, I'm not here to problem solve in 3 minutes, but just raise these concerns and hope that we can get an audience and try to work on some solutions that are win-win as we move forward.
Okay.
We also believe there are too many casinos in Billings, and we have some thoughts and ideas about how we might address that in a long-range manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Have a good night. Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. What is your name and address, please?
Lanissa Fortner, 4910 Verde Lane, Billings, Montana.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Lanissa Fortner. I own Four Seasons Real Estate, so I sell a lot of real estate, and I wanted to speak against the landscaping proposal that's coming about. I am opposed to the architect being required to do a landscaping plan on an acre lot, and then if it varies when it's done, not being able to get the certificate of occupancy. Also to a homeowner that has under an acre, having to hire a nursery to do a plan, and then the same thing if it varies at all. I think that that's going to cause a financial burden on clients, and it's going to slow down your new construction because, I mean, the cost of homeowners and Billings, it's already high, and I think it's just going to hurt them as well. And it also takes away the joy of them being able to do their landscaping, and then they can't change it if something does. I understand retaining your water on your lot, but I don't think that that's a fair thing to impose on homeowners, especially new homeowners. And I would also just like to add that I think it's fine to have an entire neighborhood N3. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give your comment. Can you mute your television now? And give me your name and address. Oops, we lost her. Okay, Mayor, I don't seem to have any other callers.
Okay, that number again was 237-6196. We do want to hear from the public, so if you call in the next minute, we'll squeeze you in. I do recognize one member of our public, Daryl Tunnicliffe, who was one of our co-leads, I believe, of the steering committee and longtime head of our planning department. So let's ask Daryl if he wants to be heard during public comment period. Daryl, is that why you turned on your video? We can see you, but we can't hear you. Our lip reading skills are not perfect. You're on mute.
I'd love to address the council and you, Mayor. I guess I am concerned by the lack of understanding of the process, I guess. this recode was initiated by the City County Planning Board, and that board consists of a representative from each city ward as well as the county districts. So it's a very broad-based group of community citizens. I have no special interest. I'm not in a business. My vision and mission is to do what's right for the community. The City County Planning Board created the steering committee. The City County Planning Board appointed the people to serve on that committee. The committees were all chaired by citizens, and the staff really acted as support and answered our questions as we went through the process. The steering committee initially divided into 4 subcommittees because the overwhelming amount of subject matter that needed to be covered. And again, those subcommittees were all chaired by citizens, representatives from our community. We had meetings. I chaired 2 of those committees, and each of those committees' meetings were noticed to the public. The public was encouraged to attend. Each of those meetings had a specific agenda item for public comment. And quite frankly, we had the public attend most of those meetings. Again, the staff was there to provide expertise and support, but the agendas, the subject matter was really driven by the interests of the people serving on those committees. I'll also say that Elizabeth did, in my opinion, a great job. She never came with her agenda. She attended a lot of the meetings and took away from those meetings what we wanted to more clearly understand. And she did her best, in my opinion, to draft language that was the product of the public discussion. Again, I don't think the staff or Elizabeth came with an agenda. It was really driven by input from the community. I have to admit, it's very frustrating to spend 2.5 years on this and really reach out for public comment and not receive it until we get to this point in the decision-making process. I will also say that I personally, with Monica and Nicole, attended neighborhood task force meetings, various community organizational meetings, and we did that over the last 2.5 years, 3 years. It wasn't just the last couple of weeks. Now, I will fully admit that since March, it's been difficult to arrange meetings, to have valued meetings, and I certainly agree that these type of meetings are more challenging than face-to-face meetings, and that, I think, hurt us and hurt the process as far as dealing with public comment. But I really want the council and the mayor to know that we made a great deal of effort to reach out and be proactive in our approach and to our commitment to getting community input. Oftentimes we did visit with specific people in specific groups. We had 2 major developers on the steering committee in an effort to flesh out the issues that they were dealing with. On the landscaping committee, we had 2 architectural landscape folks on the committee. We had local nursery owners on the committee. We brought in experts to help the committee decide and to help with our recommendations to Nicole and the staff and to Elizabeth. So we made the effort. And it's just, again, it's frustrating to watch the discussion now reach this level when it would have been easier, I guess, over a few months previously to deal with some of these issues. But I applaud the council and for their due diligence and their effort to find solutions. And quite frankly, there are issues where there are opposing viewpoints that will never be totally resolved. And I applaud your effort for putting the time and effort you are in this project.
Thank you, Daryl, and thank you for your many hours in the process. Very good. Denise, you raised your hand. Did we get another call while
we do?
Daryl?
Yes, I have a Laura Drager on the line. She would like to give her 3 minutes. Laura?
Yes.
Thank you for holding. We are ready for your public comment. You will have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Laura Drager, and I am a realtor with RE/MAX of Billings. and I have several concerns that I would like to address. First of all, I'm concerned that some of the style guidelines will affect the affordability of having affordable housing for the residents. The other thing is desirability. I don't have very many clients that are asking for properties with single car garages. And so I think some of those restrictions will reduce the desirability of purchasing homes in Billings. Another concern that I have, and I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that if there are non-conforming commercial buildings that have some type of a disaster, that they would not be able to rebuild in their location. And I'm concerned about the impact that would have on those business owners as far as their livelihoods. It's my understanding if the Poly Food Basket were to burn down, that they would not be able to rebuild that business in that location. And I think that would be, a loss in our community.
Okay.
The last concern that I have is regarding the regulations on eBird. I haven't been able to get through all of those specifically, but with some of those restrictions, I'm not sure why they're different than different areas around Billings. Are there the height restriction, the number of stories that can be built? That's different than some of the other areas. I'd like to have a little more understanding about eBird. If that's an area that we're trying to develop within the city, I want to make sure that the regulations encourage development and improvement in that area rather than be so restrictive that our developers aren't willing to go and build there. So those are just some of my concerns. I think that it's been a long and drawn out process. I appreciate the work of Nicole and the steering committees, the city council, and I'm appreciative of the fact that you're willing to have additional comments from the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other callers, Denise, before we close our public hearing?
Yes, I have another one. Mayor, hold the line, please. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Cody Delaware, LC Custom Homes, 4910 Verde Lane.
Okay, Cody, go ahead.
I am opposed to the landscaping restrictions that are being added with the cost of living increasing. We're making it harder for local residents to buy affordable housing. New construction costs are already significantly higher, not to mention adding on more requirements. I don't think it's fair to restrict a homeowner to do improvements on their property and put their own thoughts into it. Instead, you guys are forcing them to spend more unnecessary money and cause a financial burden in a market that's already tough for people to purchase in. I also think it's fine to have an entire neighborhood in 3.
Okay. Is that it? Thank you, Cody.
That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's important to say.
Thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
Steve Wells, 4772 Audubon Way.
Okay, Steve, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and city staff. Thanks for your late nights working on this. First off, I want to say thank you to the council members, the city staff,
it's validating that the private sector's concerns are not being met on deaf ears. It's encouraging to see just tweaks and changes to the code as we're working through this. So we really appreciate that. To a comment that's been echoed a few times by the council members about lack of public involvement. I've been a part of a lot of the meetings along the way. I think it wasn't for lack of being interested or attending meetings as much as it's hard to really know where it all falls until you have a final complete draft of each section. You can go through it, compare it. And that's, I think, what we're seeing is now that there is no longer the ethereal, what could be, what might be, but the proposed changes, it's easier to form an opinion. So I'm sure there could have been more involvement, but there's a lot of people that have been involved that, are care about this too. The last thing that I'd hope to say, regarding the recode, similar to what's been mentioned about the landscaping requirements, that single family and two family residences be exempted from the proposed landscaping requirements, just from an affordability standpoint, and also if it's to help with retaining stormwater. The city engineering department does a great job of making sure that each lot is retaining its water at the completion of construction. So that would be the main thing. And, finally, I also don't see the downside of having a neighborhood that is entirely N3. We've talked kind of round and around about that, but I just don't think that the purported downsides or the expenses are as bad as the potential upsides. We don't have a cost of uses survey or study to back up either side of our argument, so it doesn't really matter. But as far as my personal opinion, would be in favor of continuing single-use development for land in Billings. Thanks for your time, and have a good rest of your meeting.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, Mayor, it appears we have reached the end of our callers.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close then we will not close the public hearing. We are maintaining this public hearing, and it will continue open until December 14th. And we do continue to ask for input from the public. And just a reminder, general comments are not particularly helpful, but very specific comments, specific changes are very helpful and always welcome. Back then to council, I imagine that we want to follow up on some of what was said. I want to make sure that Nicole in particular has an opportunity to comment on a lot of public comment. I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, except that Councilmember Tricky, you had your hand up. Is there something you'd like to address before we turn it to Nicole?
Just a quick question for Nicole. So the zoning map comparison in the projectrecode.com website is no longer the current one. The current thing we need to look at is the appendix.
Correct. The attachments, of the compiled maps, the one that's online is a generation old. In other words, we did corrections and updates to that map, and those maps were PDF'd and then attached to the ordinance as Exhibit B, along with the legend. So we have received corrections and owner requests based on that published map online, but the new ones are PDFs. So
if I remember, a follow-up to that, if I remember right, you ran out of money to me.
And I apologize for interrupting, but just so we don't lose people, for members of the public that are listening, where do they go to see the current proposed zoning map?
On project-recode.com, if they go to the education and outreach page, there is a column on the right side of the screen. And if they scroll down, they will find the current zoning map as updated and attached to the City Council's staff report. And it includes the legend as a separate document. And it's 6 map sections because you can zoom way down and see lots and blocks and street names and zone district lines.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Back to Councilmember Tricky, you were following up there.
So if I remember right, you said that the reason you stopped updating that was because you ran out of funds.
Yes.
If we gave you more funds to update that at this point, would it make sense in this context, or is it too little too late at this point?
Well, I think that now that we have the PDF maps that are from our county GIS department, who is the official keeper of our zoning layer for the maps, and people can see those online. I'm not sure the side-by-side is useful anymore other than to find your current zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Nicole, to you, you heard a lot from the public comment. I'm sure there were some things there you'd want to comment on. We'll probably ask you some specific questions about what was said, but is that where you would like to take us now and just address some of the things you heard?
Right. Well, one thing I did want to clarify for you and for the public comments about this is that the landscaping requirements for single-family homes and two-family homes and any lot that is undeveloped right now consists of showing on the site plan that's submitted with the building permit the location of the newly required street trees in the street frontage landscaping area. So that's the only thing that's required. You don't need a landscape architect. You don't need a design professional. That part of the landscaping code, which is in the procedure section, is really intended only for the large multifamily or commercial developments that are already required to prepare a landscape plan and submit it with their development permits. The one thing that will be different in the future is for new subdivisions, residential areas that are adjacent to a commercial zone or some other use that's not necessarily compatible. The proposed landscaping code says that that developer should make a provision to provide on their side of the property line a buffer area so that those new residential homes, their backyards, can be buffered from that adjacent use. And we're putting that requirement, or I guess to increase the quality of life, we're saying both the commercial developer and the new residential developer would have to take responsibility for that on either side of the property line. So that's the only thing that'll be different, and that would be for new subdivisions or new residential areas that share a property line with a commercial use or mixed use, or even, this is not good urban planning, but an industrial use of property. It could happen. So those are that's when a residential subdivider in a concept meeting with planning would go over those requirements and figure out what sort of buffer yard makes sense on that adjacent property line.
Okay, thank you. Other things, Nicole, that you wanted to comment on that you heard? It looks like we have a question on the landscaping. Councilmember Neese, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, is that clear in the current recode that it only applies to, would you say, new subdivisions and large developers only? Because it seems like we've gotten a lot of comments from residential developers. So is the code clear that it does not apply to them?
We could certainly add language to clarify that. We'd probably add it in section 27-1200, where the landscaping code is, and then also include that same clarifying language in the landscaping plan review procedures.
Okay, I think that would help. Thank you. If that's other council members agree, or we have to straw vote that, I think that just makes sense. Thanks.
I think we'd all agree that it should be clear. No question about that. Go ahead, Nicole.
Also, I wanted to clarify that the current zoning of the poly food basket would not allow a rebuild of that structure, but the proposed zoning map update would allow that business to be rebuilt there. So it's actually the opposite of the commenter. And then also the eBird regulations are existing regulations adopted by the City Council in 2012, and that was based on a specific master plan for this urban renewal area east of downtown. And so those regulations, except to fit it into the new code structure, are not changing. We're just ensuring that those standards and that form-oriented code carries forward. So there would be no changes to that. We didn't receive direction to do that. In fact, the Billings Industrial Revitalization District Property Owners Association has said, don't touch our code. We like it just the way that it is. So we didn't. We just incorporated it into the new structure. I think that is everything that I made note of for the public comment.
Okay, questions or further comment based on public comment? I saw Councilmember Boyette and then Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the other ones I was listening to was the design of the N1 and N2 homes. Obviously we don't want the houses all to look like the ones behind you on them being built brand new. So can you just talk about that a little bit?
Sorry. I don't know what's wrong with those houses. They could certainly be built. Most people now expect to have an attached garage, or if they don't have an attached garage, they have a detached garage where they can park at least 2 cars. Whether they use that for cars or not. Some don't. They use a driveway for parking or the street for parking. The flexibility standards that we're working on with Elizabeth are based on the idea that we have new demands or modern demands in new areas that are different from ensuring that the character of infill lots meets and fits in with the existing character in those primarily N1 and N2 zones around the core of our community. So that's what we're working on, is to make adjustments to those for new builds and new development, and kind of the criteria for choosing that. Obviously, a developer can choose to build in the same form and with the same urban design as the neighborhood behind me. And some have done that, and some have done that within the last decade. Probably one that some of you are familiar with is the old, I guess it was a work camp at one point, but it's the 800 block of Avenue E and Avenue F, north of Grand Avenue. That was redeveloped by a local developer, and he built the alley, and he put in townhomes on that 1 block length of Avenue E, and then he also did some attached townhomes on the south side of Avenue E that are like what we're calling a row house or a side-by-side unit in the new code. Very successful, very high demand, and command a good price on the market, north of $350,000 per unit. So, I think that this new code will allow developers to choose how they want to build in these new neighborhoods.
Okay, Councilmember Purington.
Thanks, Nicole. So could you explain to me on the street tree requirement? And I'm just going to preface that with one of the Vista volunteers was at the West End Neighborhood Task Force, and she was talking about xeriscaping, which to me probably wouldn't include trees, but I'm concerned, and I know a lot of the neighborhoods like, behind you, that those huge trees, and I admit they're beautiful, but they do make it difficult on sidewalks and also on some of the water systems, with the roots and all of that. So could you just explain to me what that street tree requirement is and where it's required?
Well, it would be for all new development. And it is one tree for each 40 feet of street frontage. You don't discount the driveway opening. So if you have 80 feet of frontage, that requires 2 street trees. It can be either in a boulevard if one is planned or installed, or it can just be within the first 10 feet behind the sidewalk, and still be considered a street tree in the street frontage. The landscaping working group, I don't see Daryl is still on the call, but the landscaping working group developed a preferred plant or tree list. It's not part of the code. It's not required that they choose a tree from that list, but this was based on all of those concerns that you just talked about heaving up of sidewalks, of problems with water. Now, xeriscaping, there are also trees on there that once established, you don't have to water those trees, except for the average annual rainfall in Billings and Yellowstone County. So that list that we worked with both landscape architects, landscape designers, nurserymen, our arborist for the city of Billings, a lot of those will establish and continue without any additional water once they're established. And usually that happens within the first 3 years of having the tree in the ground. So that is very simply put the street tree requirement. And that's one of the things that we consistently heard when we were developing the growth policy, is that people want to have walkable areas of the city. And in a part of the country where you have so many sunny days a year, a little shade on your walk is always appreciated.
Thank you very much. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Ewalt, but after that, I'm going to ask Brent Brooks or Gina or whoever's on and would like to comment on the legality issue raised by several casino owners. There's no doubt that this could have the effect of making it more difficult for casino operators to rebuild over time, and they might have to consolidate to a different portion of the city. And maybe Nicole will ask you to comment about how much land will it be too dense there, but also the locality, if that's the effect, is that okay? But Councilmember Ewalt, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I think it's on South 28th, and I don't know what the avenues are, but they got those more modern 3-story apartment buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So being there now, can you build next to them so they look just like the ones they got built there with the new recode?
If I'm remembering right, my bus does drive by there once a day. That is the kind of form that the mixed residential zone is looking for, as far as the building closer to the street, the openings along the street frontage so you can clearly see doors. That's a 3-story building, I think.
I believe they are, but the architecture doesn't match anything on the south side.
Right, but that is not, that's not going to be an N1 zone district. I think we zoned that as a mixed residential, if not a mixed use, because it was or is in the South 27th Street corridor district, which has some design requirements already for that project. I know Councilmember Yakowicz was kind of instrumental in bringing that project to ground and then to build. I think it was a good process for that.
Thank you very much. Could either Nicole, maybe we'll start with Nicole. Could you comment on the end goal here of, or partial, what are the goals of reducing the density of casinos along some of our community commercial zoned areas and arterials? That is part of what the goal here is. What that might look like, there was a request for a map to show areas where these casinos could easily relocate or more easily relocate. Can you comment on that process generally?
Certainly, Mayor and City Council. The code as currently drafted as it relates to casinos and bars, which is not a bar that has a restaurant or a restaurant with a bar. It's not intended to apply to those. So a casino or bar is not required to have separation distances within Central Business District, East Billings Urban Renewal District, or light industrial zones. That's for a casino. A bar, not a casino, is not required to have separation in downtown, Central Business District, East Billings Urban Renewal District, downtown support zone districts, or light industrial. The zones that do require those separation districts include corridor mixed use 1, corridor mixed use 2, and heavy commercial. So the request for a map is, I'm not sure if it will be as informative as Mr. Benson believes, because the way we measure now is property line to property line. The way we're proposing to measure separation distances is from the exterior of the building where the casino or bar is located. And if it's a multi-tenant building, it's only from that unit in the multi-tenant building to the property line of the protected use. So a map from, say, a residential neighborhood of Broadwater subdivision showing 350 feet away from the edge of that residential zone isn't going to include all properties that could have a casino. So, for example, a corridor mixed-use 2 zone is generally applied to larger parcels that have more area, like West Park Plaza and Rimrock Mall and some of the other properties along our corridors. So you may not be able to have a casino or a bar on the edge of a corridor mixed-use 2 property, but you could have one in the center of it, or at least further into the property itself. So I could certainly work with city GIS staff to see if we can draw such a map. But we're not going to be measuring it the same way. And Also, I kind of looked a little bit about the Guadalajara location at 1403 Main Street. They said they couldn't rebuild that, but I'm looking at the map, the zone districts, and the adjacent uses. And it appears to meet the 350-foot separation distance to a residential zone. And I don't see a school or a church or a public park with a playground within 600 feet of that location. So I'm not sure that we're on the same wavelength with some of the casino and bar owners about how this is measured. I've worked in email communication with Josh Benson over the last few days. So we did have a fact sheet that we put out, and we did have a special topic sheet that consolidated all of those proposed regulations onto a couple of pages instead of having people look throughout the code, the use table, the use standards, and then the measurement section. So we pulled that all together. So hopefully if I get that out, further out into that group, that they will understand better the proposed new restrictions.
Okay,
I think that's the best I can explain on that so far.
Okay, thank you for that background. I did want to give our legal department opportunity to comment on the broader question of what happens if this does make it harder for businesses to rebuild in the case of a fire, things like that. Brent, can you talk to us?
Well, yes. Well, Your Honor and Counsel, that is a weighty thing that we really need to research carefully. If I'd seen this coming tonight, we would have prepared something in advance. I would like to, number one, add that to Councilmember Neese's list, but number two, also talk to Wyatt, Nicole, and Elizabeth and look at Nicole's fact sheet, because I don't want to, issue a 30-second opinion and then have to retract it. And I think that's very important that we look at that and be prepared in a memo along with Councilmember Neese's list to advise the council on that. So I think that's something we need to be very careful of and get it right and accurate so that property owners will know exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I think it was in one of our early work sessions on this. Didn't you give a number of how many casinos or bars or whatever along Grand Avenue, if this recode goes through, will be non-conforming? And it was pretty substantial, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Grand Avenue is one of the corridors where it was originally platted as like all neighborhood subdivisions. Then we zoned over it and made all the frontage lots commercial. So they're really shallow lots on a lot of places on Grand Avenue. And so many of those locations would not be able to meet the 350-foot separation distance to residential. And I think of the 22 that I looked at that were bars, casinos from 8th Street West to all the way out to the Den, I think we had 5 that were completely conforming to the proposed hard separation distances.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just alert to the council, it's now 9:47. Good, valuable discussion. Do you have other questions for staff, discussion? How would you like to proceed? Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, one of the public comments was they would prefer to just build all N3 property when they brought their property into the city. And then we had another comment saying about single-use development. And I think as we talked about this earlier, when we talked about the 20% requirement from another N district, it doesn't preclude that developer from bringing in all single-use development. It's just going to be some is going to have smaller lots, some are going to have bigger lots. And then to prevent, if they don't like to have duplexes within their development, their covenants, as I understand, could then say, well, we're only going to restrict to a single family home on that lot, then that neighborhood that they build could then always be single family homes in that whole neighborhood. Do I understand that correctly? That you then later on they couldn't put duplexes in?
Correct. CCRs, or covenants and restrictions, are private contracts that are developers, lots of developers impose on their subdivisions. And regardless of what the zoning code says, if it's not allowed in your CC&Rs for your subdivision, you don't get to do it. So whether that's a detached garage or a two-family dwelling, the zoning can't override that. And that is not going to change. If the developer chooses to do just single family homes, even on the N1 or N2 lots, then they could be platted so the lot width is not large enough to do a 2-unit building on the property, and they could, just wear a pair of suspenders with their belt and put it in their CCRs as well, that 2-unit buildings or 2-unit dwellings are not allowed.
Okay, thank you. I think that solves a lot of what I've been hearing about not being able to build just single family homes for some of these developers. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Did I see another hand up? Councilor Brown, yeah. Councilor Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. More a comment or a question, I guess. I think it's been made fairly clear that we kind of want to wrap this up in the next couple of weeks. I've not heard a lot of direction for staff tonight. So I guess my question is, even if Nicole and those guys meet with all these special interest groups or whatever, those aren't the guys that dictate change or anything else. So what would be our process for giving direction to staff after tonight? I haven't heard a lot of direction, but I've heard a lot of everybody wants Nicole to visit with all these different groups. So they don't direct staff to make changes. So I just want to clarify this.
Wyeth has his hand up. Wyeth.
Yeah, Councilmember Brown and Mayor and Council, I just was reviewing my notes from you all tonight on the items that at least I've heard that we specifically would follow up on after tonight. And so here's what I've got written down. This whole casino nonconformity separation from schools and churches, that we have to look into. Clarification in the landscaping regulations regarding that the residential single family landscaping is street trees only, and we can clarify that. The PND and the N2 items that we discussed tonight and that we're already working on, getting that finalized and shared. The Appendix C updates and how that's presented so that everyone understands what sections of the code the changes are being made in. And then potentially looking at some sort of casino map, but I'm really not sure yet whether that's feasible the way it's being asked, but we'll check on that. And those are the items I've got written down that we specifically would follow up on and get back to you before December 14th. And I guess the only other thing that we're wrestling with approaching December 14th is we're going to have to figure out a point in time when we can't continue to respond, like emails and stuff that are coming. We're going to have to say, okay, after this date, we've responded, and we're not going to be able to respond forever and all the way right up until the 14th. So we'll have to figure that out and maybe work with administration just on how we handle that. But this is just, they're coming every day, tens of them in some cases. And so we're going to have to figure that out because it's going to become unmanageable. So anyway, that's just a process thing. But those are the items that I said before that we would come back and address.
Okay, others that want to comment on the question of direction for staff? Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my suggestion, is if anybody has anything thing that they'd like to direct staff. We try to do as much of that tonight as we can. I don't know if everybody agrees with me, but that seems to be the easiest while we're all here.
Chris Kukulski and Councilmember Parrington.
Yeah, I'm going to say there is no way for you to direct me to direct staff outside of tonight. I mean, getting emails from a handful of you is not going to result in a new policy direction for the next discussion. So it's not to say you can't make all 100 amendments the night that you adopt the first reading. You can absolutely do that. But thank you, Councilmember Brown. The clarity we need tonight, not in ones from 11 different people. Thank you.
Councilmember Parrington.
So Chris, I'm just hearing you say that you're wanting to close the first reading with this direction that Wyeth was kind of mentioning some of his things, which I would add the legal aspect onto that, which I know that's not his department, but it's still one of the things I think that there was some direction there for legal. So you're saying that you want to close the first reading next, December, whatever it was, that first meeting, regular meeting in December. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand what your question is. What I am saying is that only at a council meeting can I know, and Wyeth know, what 6 or more of you want done. So I am not suggesting anything be closed on the 14th, which is when that next meeting is, December 14th. You guys can make 101 amendments or changes to that document when you adopt it on first reading, or you can make none. You're in control of that. What I'm worried about is if some people start thinking because they email Wyeth or Nicole or I tomorrow, the next day, 10 days from now, that somehow that is direction that you want to see something different coming to on the 14th on. So if you want to take a policy shift tonight, it's really helpful to understand it tonight, vote on it tonight, or your next opportunity to vote on it will be on the night of the 14th or any other subsequent meeting when you make decisions about Project Recode. And you won't be limited. You'll have the authority to do that anytime you're in a formal council meeting and it's properly noticed that you're making decisions on Recode.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So the only thing that, the only groups that I've heard that really want to have a meeting with Nicole and Wyeth, and I don't know if other council members would be there, but it was the Tavern Association and the Home Builders Association. Those are the only ones that I know about, and how those would work, I don't know. I've suggested Zoom meetings with them, and I don't know how that needs to come about. But I think it's still important to hear what, as people learn of this, how that will impact their business and the affordability. I think that's the biggest thing that I keep hearing, is that with some of these regulations, with a lot of these regulations, it's going to drive up the cost of homes in Billings. And we keep talking about affordable housing. And if it keeps driving up the cost, we're basically a blue collar community. $59,000 a year is our median household income. So I think you have to look at that with the regulations. Am I trying to rewrite the recode? No, because I wouldn't know where to start. But I'm just saying that if the builders are coming to you and saying these regulations are going to drive up the cost of homes, then I don't understand why you wouldn't listen to that. And it's driving, and what I've heard more people say is that it's going to drive more people out of the city, and we've already started creating county sprawl, if you will. So that's my biggest concern. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think just to comment, we have to be clearer than it is going to cause these huge cost increases. We're going to have to be specific about this requirement or that requirement, and the building community is going to have to tell us, change it, change this specific section. But that's my comment. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we did hear from the builders on some of those costs, like some of the styles, and I think Nicole's addressed that with, I think the intent is, and Nicole, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the intent is on some of these style is in the older neighborhoods, you want to kind of stick to the same style within that neighborhood, so you've got some kind of conformity. In the new neighborhoods, the developers are free to put in the style that they want to build within that neighborhood. And so, I mean, that's one area they've addressed, and I think has been addressed by the code to allow that flexibility to be able to do that. Yeah. And then I think the idea, at least for me, understanding how some of these single family homes neighborhoods can still continue to be built by developers if that's all they want to build is single family homes. I think that helps an awful lot to understand that as well. What I would like to see from the staff is, before we vote on this, is our complete project, complete code of the adjustments and amendments and things that we've kind of suggested changes in, so that we know what we're looking at and the public knows what they're looking at. It will be a little difficult, but I'm glad you're going to have that Exhibit C that will give us that information. The sooner the better, so that we can know what we've got and that. So I guess that's what I'm looking for. Wyatt, unless any other council member has anything, Wyatt covered kind of the points that I saw in there as well. And then Pam added the legal. I agree that has to be through. So if the staff's looking for direction, I'd like to see some kind of completed document well enough in time for the public to review it and say, hey, this is good enough, or hey, I see a problem. We got to do something.
Yeah. And Chris, in response to your comment about it's hard if you're just getting, you need direction at this council meeting. I understand that completely, but my question to staff is, I've given probably several hundred comments, but not received any response from staff as to which ones are minor and fine and council and staff is okay with, which ones are major and staff is not okay with. And so I don't have anything to respond to. I would say what I would like to see is 100% of my proposed changes adopted. That's okay. That's my starting position. I don't. Okay,
I'm going to let Elizabeth respond to that, but because of the nature of your comments, accepting the punctuation and the grammar and those sorts of things, we sent those over to Elizabeth, and we put them all together into a Word document so she could look at them easily. And I think she has a response for you, Mayor.
Is it going to be something about pounding sand?
Oh, you're muted, Elizabeth.
That's because I didn't want him to hear my answer. I'm sorry. I will ensconce you into geekdom. You made some great comments. We have worked our way through the entire document, Leslie and I both, and we wrote Nicole into it. I believe there were only a couple things that we wanted to come back to you and ask for clarification about where your question was going to make sure that we were heading in the right direction. So I'm afraid that you will be part of Appendix C, but not a highlighted part of it. Sorry.
Okay, well, we'll look, and I'm happy to compromise on at least 1%, I'm sure. Councilmember Joy.
I think Councilmember Ronning was first.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. She's saying you can go ahead. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just kind of like to accentuate the positive. This is a tremendous job. The dedication of the people who volunteered, the diversity of the people who commented, the task forces that got involved. I really just feel like this is a very positive move for our city. And And I think at some point, what will really impact the price of houses and the ability of builders to sell houses is actually our economy. If we do not understand that we have to have a thriving economy in order to attract young people who are going to come and invest in our housing and do the jobs that we need to have filled in this economy, there won't be anybody building the right kind of house, because we're not going to have the kind of people who want them, who want to come to our community, or that want to buy those houses. So I think there's I'm just taking a positive but a very high level view of this. We're building our future city based on what has happened in the past and what we want it to be. And I don't think I want to lose sight of that. So thank you.
Thank you. It's always good to see the glass half full or more. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I just really wanted to thank Nicole and Wyeth and the whole team for answering the amount of emails that have been coming in. It has been truly monumentous. But I will share that those that have been coming into me are those that I have been forwarding on. I haven't necessarily forwarded them on to the entirety of council, but have included Wyeth and Nicole in all of the answers and have seen their responses back. And what I have noticed is that the majority of what I am seeing being responded to is a clarification. It's not a clarification of a misunderstanding. And that there is a lot of kind of weeding out the untruths or the misconceptions of what is in the proposed code. And just want to compliment Nicole and Wyeth for really clarifying that and really stating and showing people that no, what you're thinking of is actually in the current code. And that there has just been such extraordinary professionals involved in the last 2.5 to 3 years. And actually it goes back further than that, because we can't discount all of the public comment and participation that went into the growth policy that started this entire process. So all of those people involved as well, but there's been high level professional input in this. And I just really want to commend everyone, and rest assured to those that aren't seeing all of the emails that the vast majority have been clarifications, not, that's all I can say is that they've really been clarifications. So truly appreciate everyone emailing and the hard work being put in by the city staff. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rewell.
Thank you, Mayor. I got to, what Roy said is this stuff needs to be in writing before, some days before the 14th. In that, see the changes in the clarifications, your punctuations, if they're important, probably need to be, but changes in dimensions or frontage coverages or roof pitches or clarifications, that stuff needs to be in print. It can't be a he said, she said type of deal. And the other thing that I'd like to bring in too is the separation distances for the casinos and the bars. That includes all separation distances, because there are places where residential isn't encroached on bars or casinos that have been there well before the residents moved in. And so they could rob that person of their livelihood and their life savings. So I think we need to look at all separation distances, not just from churches and schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, and then I would encourage us, it's 10:07. Try to wrap this up. We still need public comment on non-agenda items. Chris Kukulski.
Just want to cover two topics. First, your packet for the 14th. I think when that packet goes out and we as a staff have our internal deadline, which essentially is December 3rd, so that on December 7th, you're handed the hard copy. That's what we will do in this case. When it goes to you for your packet for the 14th, it's in writing. It's on the internet and it's in the packet. this Appendix A, Appendix B, and Appendix C. And then, I'm sorry, to Councilmember Purinton's question, the way I heard it, you'll be able to make all kinds of changes to that on the 14th, but that's what the public needs to see so they know what you're being asked to consider. So that's what I want to be clear about that piece. And then if I could just briefly and I want to try to elevate it, improving the built environment for Billings is one of the most important things we can do to raise the value of our community. Does that mean some things will get more expensive? Yes. But affordability hasn't changed in Billings because you've changed the code in the past 12 months, 24 months, 48 months. Rumor is it's gone up double digits this year because of the market, not because we changed any standards. So I hear a lot of people in our community want the quality bar to be raised. Yes, there are people who don't. You 11 get to make the choice to decide where that right balance is. I would just remind you, it is one of the most important things, I think, for Billings's future. And its citizens started speaking about that way before probably the growth policy. But certainly in the growth policy and in this process, you will never make everyone happy. There are today many people happy and unhappy with Billings and both sides. So sometimes I know the staff does get discouraged if it thinks the goal is to make everyone happy. We're not going to make everybody happy. We're trying to build for a brighter future for Billings. And I think if I were to sum it up in 2 words, I'd take quality over quantity. And that's not to imply that we should be exclusive. I mean, this is a medium-sized city. So I just would emphasize to you quality over quantity, and the demand will rise on its own. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anything else before we call it quits for this evening, Council? Councilmember Ronay?
I just want to apologize. I meant to say this during courtesies, but it just went right out of my mind. I think we need to honor someone who passed in our community today, and that's Judge Pedro Hernandez. He was such an incredible life force in Billings for so many years, and officiated on weddings and so many other things that involved generations of families in our community. And he passed, and I just want to make sure we honor his passing and honor his commitment and contribution to this community for so many years, and send our love to his family.
Thank you for mentioning that. Judge Hernandez was certainly an institution in our community for many, many decades. So thank you. Let's move on then to public comment on non-agenda items before we adjourn. If you'd like to call in and comment on something that was not on our agenda, this is your opportunity. That phone number, 237-6196. I'll repeat that number again, 237-6196. Call right now. We'll ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. And please turn off your television or your computer, because our meeting is actually ahead of what you're hearing. And it'll be very confusing if you don't. That number again, 237-6196. This is your opportunity to comment on anything that was not on our agenda tonight. Denise, do we have anyone who has called 237-6196?
I'm sorry. It is getting late. I have no callers, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. If somebody calls the next few seconds, let us know. Next then is we'll close that item on our agenda unless somebody calls the next few seconds. Any council initiatives before we adjourn? Councilmember Chiriky.
I just want to make sure that Nicole and her staff do not take all the extra time that they've accrued over the last 3.5 years in the immediate next months after we pass recode. Do we need to make a motion or something like that to make sure it doesn't happen, Nicole?
We've already purchased handcuffs that will go to her office chair and her wrist.
Handcuffs. Oh my gosh. Certainly not. I will take a little time off. This has been a crazy year. So I'll take a little time off after the 14th, but I will come back.
Well deserved, Nicole.
Well deserved, and you're on record on that. Okay, I assume we've had no other calls, Denise. So thank you, everybody, again, for your patience, not just council, but staff for certain, and also all the members of our community have been involved in this process, and all of the members of the public who've offered their comments and who we encourage to continue to offer their specific comments. Thanks again, and we are adjourned. Good night, everyone.